Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly. Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly.
Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly.
3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly.
4IR 2025 is
Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly. Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly. Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly. Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly. Welcome to 3rd Saudi Forum for 4IR 2025. Please stay tuned. The event will start shortly.
Highnesses, Excellencies, esteemed speakers, and distinguished guests, welcome to the third Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution 2025, held under the theme Converging Technologies in the Intelligent Age, Industry, Economy, and Society at a Crossroads. Today, this forum convenes leaders and innovators from government, business, and academia to explore how converging technologies, including artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biomanufacturing, and automation, are transforming industries, economies, and societies. As we begin the third Saudi Forum, let's take a moment to reflect how technology and humanity shape a new era. With this short film, we set the stage for today's conversation.
In the intelligent age, data thinks, systems adapt, and technology serves life. The future is no longer just imagined, it's being built here and now. At the third Saudi Forum for 4IR, ideas will cross boundaries, from science to society, from technology to sustainability. Global and local voices have united to understand innovation, policies that protect, and technologies that ignite progress. At this edition of the Forum, we explore AI and deep tech, building economies, human-centered and ready for tomorrow. Automation evolving, digital twins, and factories of the future will be guided by purpose. Beyond digital are quantum realms and bioeconomies, new frontiers of change. Through intelligent systems and education, we seek to reskill and bridge divides. As we cross digital frontiers, will we be guided by ethics and equity? Will we awaken to a cleaner morning, powered by natural resources and sustainable frontier tech? From Riyadh to the world, the Forum connects local voices with global insights, stewarding a fourth industrial revolution rooted in resilience and enduring through time.
Over the next 2 days, discussions will span 6 key themes: the intelligent economy, the future of industry, beyond digital, future-proofing society, responsible technology, ethical frontiers, and strategic resources for 4IR economy. In addition to those thought-provoking sessions and high-level panel, this year's forum will also witness the signing of landmark cooperation agreements and the unveiling of flagship publications developed in collaboration with the World Economic Forum and leading international entities, showcasing Saudi Arabia's growing and leading role in advancing responsible and innovation in shaping the global fourth industrial revolution agenda. Together, these conversations aim to examine how nations can harness innovation responsibly and strengthen competitiveness and ensure that progress remains inclusive and sustainable. Please note that the sessions will take place here in the main theater, as well as the Red Sea, Al-Ula, and Neom rooms directly behind us. You can find all the sessions and details and timings for the forum on the website and application. To commence today's program, I invite Dr. Basma Al-Bhayran, the Managing Director of Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, to deliver the welcome remarks. Dr. Basma, the stage is yours.
Your Royal Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, and a very good morning. It is my great honor to welcome you to the Third Saudi for the Fourth Industrial Revolution 2025. I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers and participants from near and afar for your contributions over the next 2 days, and a very warm welcome to all attendees and guests. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to advancing innovation that truly serves humanity and inspires global progress. I'd also like to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to our valued partners and sponsors, namely the World Economic Forum, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, the National Industrial Development Logistics Program, Saudi Aramco, STC, Riyadh Regions Municipality, Al Asila, and Quantum. Their enduring support and vision are vital to the success of this forum, and we thank them for enabling us to convene and advance the national and global agenda together. As the futurist Roy Amara observed, we tend to overestimate the effect of a technology in the short run and underestimate it in the long run. His words remind us that while the impact of AI, quantum computing, and robotics already feels profound, the real measure of the Fourth Industrial Revolution lies not in the speed of change, but in the depth of convergence that will unfold over the next decade, demanding both long-term policy and strategic patience. The true story of this transformation will be how these technologies interconnect across industries, disciplines, and societies, creating new value ecosystems that extend far beyond any single innovation. Under this year's theme, Converging Technologies in the Intelligent Age, Industry, Economy, and Society at Crossroads, we acknowledge a very simple truth. Technology is no longer simply a sector of the economy, but rather it is the operating system of modern economies themselves. Factories, for instance, are being redefined. They're no longer traditional assembly lines. They're intelligent, adaptive ecosystems where machines, people, and data interact in real time. In fact, global robot density has more than doubled to 162 robots per 10,000 workers in only just 7 years, a clear sign of how quickly automation and intelligence are transforming production. But this evolution, ladies and gentlemen, extends beyond robotics. Digital twins, AI systems, biotech, and quantum computing are converging to reshape how nations innovate, compete, and grow, giving rise to a new era of intelligent and interconnected systems. This transformation is unfolding amid global pressures, from supply chain fragility and resource competition to accelerating climate imperatives. In response, industries are no longer innovating in isolation. Technologies are beginning to fuse, for example, AI with biotech, quantum with material science, to solve problems that are too complex for any one field alone. And the World Economic Forum calls this dynamic the forces of combination, convergence, and compounding. Combination integrates tech building blocks. Convergence restructures supply chains. And compounding creates network effects and ecosystem transformation and exponential adoption. We see this dynamic reflected in capital flows. Global energy investment has surpassed $3 trillion in 2024, with 2/3 directed toward clean energy, thus laying the infrastructure for a sustainable and intelligent future. In parallel, the International Energy Agency projects that data center electricity use will double by 2030, thus making visible the expanding energy footprint of AI and computational power. At the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, collaboration is our cornerstone. We serve both as a national platform and a global convener, building bridges that turn innovation into impact. Our work on Saudi Arabia's economy roadmap exemplifies this effort, fostering cross-sector collaboration to build capabilities, drive innovation, and ensure responsible development for a secure digital future. Initiatives like the Quantum for Society Challenge, delivered in partnership with the World Economic Forum, demonstrate how convergence between quantum technologies, AI, and biotech can address some of the most urgent global challenges, from sustainable healthcare to advanced materials and cybersecurity. Over the next 2 days, this forum will convene global leaders, scientists, entrepreneurs, and policymakers to translate the promise of technological convergence into competitiveness, resilience, and inclusion. For Saudi Arabia, this journey is central to Vision 2030, transforming the kingdom into both a testbed and a shaper of frontier technologies. From giga projects like NEOM to pioneering advances in AI, future mobility, and biotech, the kingdom is positioning itself as a global hub for innovation that serves the world, not just itself. But this forum is not about one country alone. It's about learning from each other, setting shared guardrails, and ensuring that as technologies converge, their benefits are distributed equitably and responsibly for all. In closing, let us recall Roy Amara's insight that we often underestimate the long-term power of technology. It is precisely this long-run horizon, the convergent future, that we are called upon to shape today. And as His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, reminds us, the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us imagine boldly, let us collaborate effectively, and above all, let us execute with purpose, building a future where innovation empowers humanity in every form. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Basma, for those inspiring words. To continue our opening program, we are honored to share a message from Mr. Borge Brende, President and CEO of the World Economic Forum, who joins us through a pre-recorded keynote video.
Distinguished leaders, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join you today for the opening of the third Saudi Forum, convened by the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution in Saudi Arabia. There are few better places in the world to explore the path toward unlocking opportunities of frontier technologies than in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Artificial intelligence, as you know, is projected to add staggering 16 billion to the global economy by 2030. In Saudi Arabia, it will contribute up to 12% of national GDP. That's such progress. The kingdom really is on the front foot. Through Vision 23, it is doubling down on investment in and commitment to innovation. It is positioned to be a global leader in innovation and technology. Big congratulations. But we know technologies such as AI, quantum computing, and biotechnology also present complex challenges that require collaboration across sectors, disciplines, and borders. Workforces really will need to right skill and upskill. The IMF expects 60% of jobs in advanced economies to be impacted by AI. And we know cybersecurity will also need to be enhanced, and digital platforms will need greater focus on inclusion. It is precisely in response to these challenges and opportunities that the World Economic Forum established the Global Fourth Industrial Revolution Network. It's now spanning continents, this network, comprising 22 centers, connects stakeholders, and supports innovation and sustainable development. I'm proud that 6 years ago, we established C4R Saudi Arabia, a collaborative partnership between the government of Saudi Arabia and the World Economic Forum, hosted by King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, COST. C4R Saudi Arabia has supported the kingdom's digital transformation, spearheading initiatives in SME digitalization, autonomous mobility, quantum technologies, and smart cities. A notable achievement has been its work on quantum technology. The center has helped position the kingdom as a leader in the global quantum space for the Sustainable Development Goals. I've been there visiting myself. I was so impressed with the work. The result is that Saudi Arabia is setting a powerful example for the region and the world, driving digital transformation and economic diversification in a responsible way. It is why the World Economic Forum is honored to stand alongside the kingdom in this journey. As we begin today's discussions, let us be bold in our ideas and committed to responsible progress and create jobs and opportunity for all the young people of the kingdom. Thank you for your commitment to this important collaboration.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Mr. Brende, for those insightful words and for your continued partnership with C4IR Saudi Arabia and the Kingdom's innovation journey. With that, we now begin the opening panel of the day, From Silos to Systems, Governing Convergence Across Borders, Sectors, and Societies, which focuses on how nations can move beyond siloed policies towards governance frameworks in the age of convergence. It is an honor to be joined on the stage by His Excellency Professor Mohammed Al-Hayazi, President of Al-Faisal University, His Excellency Dr. Munir Al-Dasuqi, President of King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and Board Chairman for the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia. And please join me in welcoming their moderator to the stage, Mr. Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director and Head of the Forum Center for Frontier Technologies and Innovation and Center for Cybersecurity, World Economic Forum. Please give them a round of applause.
Good morning. So, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here for the third Saudi Forum for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, focusing on frontiers of global technology. So I'm here with two distinguished guests, and we have, as part of our presentation today, His Excellency, Dr. Professor Mohammed Al-Hayazi, President of Al-Faisal University, also joined by Dr. Munir Al-Dasuqi, President, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. And I'm Jeremy Jurgens, Managing Director for Frontier Technologies at the World Economic Forum. Now, as we heard, today's session on silos to systems, governing convergence across borders, sectors, and societies, is an absolutely critical topic at this time. There's been significant focus on artificial intelligence. We don't go a day without hearing about the latest innovations, creations in artificial intelligence, the massive demands for power and energy to power the frontier models, the inference that makes these innovations possible. But within that, we can lose sight that before technology comes science, and that we actually have to continuously advance and develop the science there, and it doesn't take place in a vacuum. Dr. Basma spoke to the operating system that we work within. This has many interconnections, and traditionally our institutions specialized or developed technologies in silos, became very specialized. But in today's world, where the technologies converge, we need to actually operate and connect across these different specializations, across the different institutions, to be able to fully unlock the benefits of the science and technology. So this is an area that we'd like to explore this morning with our two distinguished guests. And here, I'd like to begin with His Excellency Professor Mohammed Al-Haiza on the role of education in developing talent and inclusion. Now, Your Excellency, you're educating the workforce of the future. How does a university, as a key national institution, need to change the architecture to teach today's students in a converging economy? Specifically, how do we ensure the systemic transformation links innovation, growth directly with equitable societal outcomes, and that we don't just create new forms or exacerbate existing digital divides? With that, I welcome your remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Jeremy, for the introduction. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the invitation. Thank you, Dr. Abasma. I'm really honored to be here today and contributing for this great forum. We always look forward and wait for this wonderful forum, and many successes happened in the past, and I'm sure there'll be a lot in the future. So congratulations. As you mentioned, Jeremy, universities or higher education institutions in general are affected by convergence, and they are essential part in enabling it. So basically, we have the laboratories for cross sectors. We have, the incubators for the talent, for the future talents. So the universities has to move, transforms from the silos, the old traditional way of running business, to be more agile, to face the new challenges, and basically the new graduates have to be equipped to meet the rapid changed market. The job market is rapidly changed. The AI, the digitalization is really affecting the market. And for our graduates not to be equipped and not to be ready for the changes, rapid changes, that will be a major challenge. There is a resistance within, the higher education institutions. They always want, as you mentioned, to work in, in their ivory towers. Their research has to be academic research. It's not a research, to solve a real problem. So they need to change. They need to work in, instead of what's existing, departmental, isolated, to be interdisciplinary departments. And that's what we do basically at Al Faisal University. We are open. We try to adopt, new technologies. We embedded in our curriculum AI, cybersecurity, and we try to, interdisciplinaries between majors. Students in law, they can have their minors in cybersecurity or in AI. Their curriculum also carries some of those, major important courses. And other, students in engineering, they do have their minors in finance or in other of their interest discipline. So basically, now we need to change. I will give you an example. Al Faisal University, for example, model. The Board of Trustees, we have the industry, we have a major international and national companies sitting in the board. We have Boeing, we have Thales. Those are major international companies. We have other national companies sitting there. We have King Faisal Specialist Hospital, one of the co-founders, sitting with us because it is a teaching hospital for our College of Medicine students. And actually, we are now, our collaboration, for example, with King Faisal Specialist Hospital, we are establishing a joint higher graduate school, graduate college between King Faisal Specialist Hospital and Al Faisal University. So collaboration needs, we need to be agile to meet the requirements. Collaborations, I will give you an example. His Excellency, Dr. Munir, in his first month in his office, he reached out to universities and asked, he wants to come and present his vision for King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. And he came to Al Faisal University, want to extend the collaboration and telling everyone in our research community that King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology laboratories are open for everybody. So they are not closed anymore. They're open. And he is seeking other researchers from other universities to come and utilize the state-of-the-art laboratories and equipment within King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You took the lead and others followed. So we are following also his model. We are open, we are for collaborations. We build other collaborations with other institutions within the kingdom. For example, with KAUST. We do have programs, either academic programs or research. For example, we design curriculum for some of our students who meets their criteria to study at Al Faisal University, and the fourth year in their program will be counted toward the master program at KAUST. So that's accelerated master programs in certain areas, and we're working on that. We do have MD, PhD programs, which is also continuation of our medical students, graduates who wants to do their PhD at KAUST. So there's interdisciplinary now, between fields, which meets the needs of Vision 2030. So we are trying to align. Otherwise, with other companies, for example, BAE, we have designed a program for our students in College of Engineering. They do study at Al Faisal University, sponsored by BAE, provided that they will have to work from second year for 2 days at BAE's facilities. So there's many ways to just, shift from the traditional universities to what we need now, to be agile, to interdisciplinaries, to focus on research, translated research, and so on. There is a lot of things we can talk about and discuss in our talk.
Great. Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, I'd like now to come to His Excellency Dr. Munir. I had the opportunity yesterday to visit one of those research centers that we just heard about, and I was actually absolutely fascinated at the quality of the research that was being undertaken, the diversity, and the depth. I think we spend so much of our time intermediated by digital devices that we can forget that we live in a physical world, right? And that science precedes technology, right? So you don't get the technology if you haven't done the science. And again, I was extremely impressed at what's taking place there. I'd welcome you to share your experience on what the steps you've taken, what are the most important steps to break down these barriers between different disciplines, whether it's in AI, in manufacturing capabilities, biotechnology, quantum, etc. What's the most important element you see in actually breaking down those barriers to unlock these opportunities?
Thank you, Jeremy. And first off, good morning, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Riyadh. Welcome to the Third Saudi Forum. It's a pleasure being with you here today. So, Jeremy, you mentioned great science that's taking place. Great science has always been there. We've been doing that for decades. What's been happening lately is moving more and more from what we invent to how we connect what we invent. And that's the change that's taking place, making sure that the frontier is becoming all about coherence. It's about how data is being supporting or being supportive of discovery, how policy is being put into practice, how our national ambitions are tackling global challenges. And this is a major shift that what happened in the kingdom. When you look at quantum, AI, and biotech, they're starting to merge, and they all have common challenges. They all require, their basic raw materials would be either talent or data or compute. And if you try to tackle these challenges in a linear way on institutions, you'll never get exponential results. So what the kingdom has done is to make sure that we build that coherence. And that was quite challenging. You had to address governance, you had to address enablement, and you had to address linkages. And some of my colleagues from other Saudi public institutions, whether SEDAIA or MCIT or RDIA, will talk today about how all of these were tackled. But the main issue to manage the governance was a structural reform in Vision 2030 on the innovation ecosystem, which the Prime Minister and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman created a subcommittee from the Council of Ministers dedicated to innovation. It's the Research, Development and Innovation Committee. And we're fortunate in the kingdom that His Royal Highness is the leader of this committee. So he chairs innovation in the country today, which gives us, first of all, the right kind of linkage to bring all the stakeholders together, to put innovation first, to make sure that when they tackle policy, they're not looking at it separately from R&D, from the requirements for innovation, from the linkages that you need to put in place. So that committee was the first step to address the governance. The second thing we needed was the right kind of enablement. So a dedicated authority was created in the Kingdom for Innovation, which is the Research, Development and Innovation Authority. Very few countries have this kind of Supreme Committee and an Innovation Authority. So it gives a massive acceleration to the innovation community within the kingdom. And the third thing was to create the right kind of linkages. So now that governance is in place, fast-paced decision-making is in place, how do we bring everyone together? How do we make sure that CACST plays its right role as a national lab doing applied research, bridging between academia and industry? How do we enable that kind of mindset? And that had to be done by design, top-down, from the government, from the upper council to the innovation authority to what we call our innovation strategy. And this was the missing component that the kingdom needed to make sure that the scientists know where industry is going and where government needs them to solve challenges for the kingdom and for the globe. And the innovation strategy focused on creating those linkages. So putting the incentives that bring together the private sector with academia so that they all jointly apply to RDIA for funding that can steer them towards national challenges or existential challenges. But also making sure that all of these players can come together in one place. And that's where the kingdom moved towards open innovation platforms. Today, open data is tracked within the innovation strategy. We make sure that all of the data is accessible. And through the innovation committee, the upper council gave accelerated approvals to some necessary changes to the sector. One of them being an open access policy that was approved from the Council of Ministers to all publicly funded research infrastructure in the kingdom. So my labs being open, as His Excellency were mentioned, were not my idea. This was by design, mandated by the government, that all of us have to open our labs to the research community, to the private sector, and to the startups, but not just open the labs in terms of tools and talent, also in terms of data. And this was a key thing. When you have national labs like CACST with the Saudi Genome Program, with 30 years of satellite images, this is a wealth of opportunity for the startup community. So once we moved towards this open access, what we needed was to have a place where they can all come together, innovate, invent, create value. And that's where the idea of the garage came from, to launch a pilot of a melting pot of scientists together with VCs, with international partners. And we wanted that to be walking distance to these labs that provide the data, but also provide tools to advance technologies, where we can push the community to move towards deep tech. So before the garage, we've seen amazing acceleration in our innovation ecosystem, led by primarily the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, because our opportunities in the country were ICT-based. Software was leading, COVID hit, the Saudi community, after all the massive infrastructure and reforms that happened in the digital sector, led to us jumping in government technologies and digital technologies and in the digital government. What we wanted was to see more startups coming up. They all followed, of course, the opportunities from fintech, delivery platforms, and e-commerce, became unicorns throughout COVID. But if you wanted that to shift towards deep tech, they needed access to advanced labs, like the semiconductor labs that we have or the satellite labs. So having the garage placed walking distance from within 100 labs in Caxt, centralized in Riyadh, and then allowing for international companies to come. And this is where the policy reforms continued. The country sat with all of the stakeholders, listened to them in continuous workshops on what their innovation challenges are. We went to the level of detail of sitting with entrepreneurs, finding out what they would need to make their journey easier. And we heard from some of the international entrepreneurs that when they come to the kingdom, their spouse, for example, cannot work. So the Innovation Authority sat with the Premium Residency Center and created dedicated packages for entrepreneurs, VCs, technologists, and scientists to come to the kingdom, roughly a one-time fee of $1,000. And they live here like citizens. They can own homes, they can operate in any business, and their families can work. And this made their presence in the kingdom more stable and long-term, and not looking just for a transactional incentive like a tax cut, where some of the entrepreneurs were looking for opportunities to pick up their businesses. We've even went to the extent of offering citizenship to some VCs and entrepreneurs and scientists. As you've seen, one of our recent Saudi scientists that worked with the kingdom for over a decade had just won the Nobel Prize. So these have been changes that the government has systematically been doing under Vision 2030, led by His Royal Highness the Prime Minister and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. And it's been giving us the push that we need to create that kind of coherence. And in reality, what the kingdom is doing is not necessarily changing the science or pushing the science. The science has always been good. Our funding for basic science has roughly, on average, remained to be 50% of the funding pool in the country. What we're doing now is making sure that we can make the journey from lab to market easier. And we create the right enablement and initiatives for these great scientists to take their ideas and see them through all the way to the end, and for the existential challenges in the kingdom to benefit from these great scientific breakthroughs.
Wow, extremely impressive there. You know, I think both of you touched on, connecting the dots, collaborating across organizations. This can also drive complexity, and the speed at which these changes are happening can actually make the average citizen feel distrustful. It was already difficult to understand a single technology, and then when you start seeing the combining and compounding and the speed at which they're emerging, it can actually challenge trust in these technologies. And particularly we've seen in North America and Western Europe, out of many places in the world, some of the greatest levels of distrust there. So to ensure that we can sustain the trust with citizens, to help them be aware of the prosperity and the benefits there, what's important to actually ensuring and driving that trust? And maybe I'd like to open that question to you first, Professor Al-Hayaza.
Thank you. Actually, building the trust, for example, higher education institutions, it is mostly trusted, by all different sectors, either governments or public in general. And there is building the trust, it comes in many ways, the success of the institution, the employment of the graduates of the institutions. There is always, how the graduates perform in the job markets. So that builds the trust. There is always challenges with the policymakers, either for example, here within the kingdom, there is a Ministry of Education, there is the Universities Higher Education, Universities Higher Education Council, there is ATIC, which is NCAA, the accreditation bodies, so locally, and there is also the international accreditation bodies as well. So it is important to align with all those. It is always important to be flexible in updating your curriculum. Sometimes, it takes 4 years, 5 years to get the cohort graduated to update the curriculum. The policy for now, it needs to be, fast moving. So with the rapid change, we need to balance between introducing all those new, technologies, and in the meantime, adopting for our students to adopt with the new systems and make sure there is no gaps to be filled and left not to, we need to fill all the gaps and equip our students with the, needed to meet the future job market needs. There is important, the collaborations with international universities that also bring the trust within. So there is the mobility of the students and the professors between national institutions and international institutions. That plays a role also in building the trust, and they see we are benchmarking with the best international practice. So there's many ways to build the trust and also to make sure that your graduates, your programs are, up to the meeting all the, needed requirements, and also we embedded all the, for example, AI, cybersecurity within our curriculum.
Okay, very, very telling there. The, we have a number of technology and business leaders gathered with us here in Riyadh and across a number of activities throughout the city this week. And meanwhile, we have geopolitical leaders in Asia meeting. And I think we've all seen the technological competition that's taking place, not only among and between companies, but as well across countries. So companies as well as countries in this space. How do you see, and this is for Dr. Munir, you spoke on the role of cooperation, of going across borders. How do you navigate this complexity? And should we aim towards a kind of convergence? Should leaders be trying to aspire to aligned global policy? Or should we kind of recognize the kind of realpolitik, that there will be inevitably competition? And how do you position your organizations in this era of kind of competing standards, competing approaches? And I'd welcome your experience. I know it's a little bit of a complex question there, but I think it's a question all of us here are asking on how do we navigate this complexity, and what would you advise?
That's a lot of questions together. But so we have a saying in the tech world: if the product is free, then you are the product, right? We face this challenge a lot, trying to balance between protecting citizens' rights versus not hindering innovation, because it's difficult to predict how these technologies can be used and how to regulate them. So in the kingdom, we look forward to innovating first through regulatory sandboxes that have been created. But then most of these products want to scale, and they're not created only for one geography or for one country. And if they need to scale, that means you go across borders, you get to a point where you need to have policies that can be implemented in different countries. And that's why we recognized this early on in the kingdom. And Saudi Arabia, after the G20 2020 presidency, worked towards creating a digital cooperation organization, the DCO, which was launched internationally, initially with 5 countries, and I think today exceeded 16 countries. And the point was to address these kind of challenges. Technology is just moving way too fast for one sort of policy to apply to a large region or to multiple countries, even on a bilateral level. At the speed that we can create a unified policy bilaterally, the technology probably already evolved, and what we have done is no longer applicable. So we moved on to creating open innovation platforms that allow for direct partnerships on the VC level and on the startup level. And again, that's why the Garage has become successful, because many of the embassies today are looking towards the Garage to bring their startups from their countries together with the Saudi startups. They get things done within weeks, they create investments, they scale, and we still didn't even talk about a G2G partnership. So that speed is necessary for technology today. But again, you need to have guardrails that protect citizens and make sure that awareness is in place so that, let's say, wrong behavior is avoided. And that's where the regulatory sandboxes come in. We can't stop innovation. We don't want to be too rigid. But most ministries, most regulators today have launched regulatory sandboxes in the kingdom and have dedicated innovation funds. So with that, we make sure that we put training wheels on some of the startups, let them go and monitor what they need in terms of policy making. And our Fourth Industrial Revolution Center with the WEF is a great example of that. It brings together academia with industry, with government, to see what kind of policies we need to adjust for these kind of innovations to come in. And again, we thank the World Economic Forum for their support there.
Good. I think we may have time for one more question. And you know, the World Economic Forum publishes a range of reports every year. And over the last couple of years, our most popular report is on the future of jobs. And we see everybody's curious for themselves, for their families, what this means in this revolution here. And I found it quite interesting this week. There was an article in the Atlantic on de-skilling. So as these technologies become more available, do we actually risk to de-skill our capabilities, right? Are we actually sufficiently trained and capable? And I think we've all heard about vibe coding, but I'm not sure how many people are ready for vibe pilots or vibe doctors when they use these technologies. So as leaders of these, leading global research institutions, how do we actually ensure that we avoid de-skilling, that we use the technologies to amplify and accelerate the capabilities of the citizens of our population without becoming excessively dependent and losing our own capacity to lead? And I know we hadn't had a chance to discuss this earlier, so I'd welcome either of you if you have thoughts or perspectives on that.
Your Excellency, you can go first. It's an educational challenge, I think, primarily.
As you mentioned, the rapid change and advancement in technology is in somewhere scary, some way to, as you mentioned, to families, to students, to new generations, and they have to be always up to the challenge. Within the universities, we are trying our best to equip our students. It's always, we're looking to upscaling, not, downscaling the student. We want them to be capable to meet all challenges. And here within the kingdom, there is also Vision 2030 is encouraging all educational institutions to be open, to have international collaboration, to learn from others, to also, now the initiative study within Saudi, there's many international universities opening their branches here within Riyadh. And I think internationally, we are going for Saudis to try to, follow the best practice for our graduates to be ready for the market. We don't want to depend totally on the advancement of technology, robotic things. It's always welcomed, but in the meantime, we want to be ready for any, challenges students can or graduates can meet in the future.
Well, maybe I have very little to add to what His Excellency said, but I think if we go back to when we were going through the educational system, and we always had that debate in our heads, why am I learning math if I have a calculator, right? I think that's what's happening with AI now, but it's not longer just about one subject of math, but it's about everything. Our generation may not face this challenge. We're using AI as a tool that will enhance our productivity. But next generations to come, AI might be a brain outsource. They might be just reflecting on everything they do using these tools and not really learning and not creating deep expertise, which in one way you might say, fine, they can always use a calculator, they don't need to learn math, but they're not going to learn how to create or invent or even prompt AI in the correct way if they don't have the right expertise. And eventually we may have a generational gap of scientists that create value. This is a big risk, and I think a responsibility on us as parents to make sure that we educate the next generation, together with educational systems, to keep enforcing the importance of learning and continuity of learning and deep learning, understanding in our brains, really becoming experts in every scientific domain, and not just relying on tools. Of course, tools increasing our productivity is excellent, but they should not replace our creativity. I don't think AI is even remotely close to what human beings can develop or what they can do. It's true that it does it faster, but it is a brute system that is not efficient, not beautiful, doesn't work the way the human mind works. I think we're still decades away from seeing that kind of development. Maybe when that comes, I will rely purely on a robot with an AI system, with a quantum brain, and no longer need a human to operate tools. But until that happens, please push your children to learn, to keep learning about science, and not relying on tools and not outsourcing their brains. We're going to need them to lead the next generation of science. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So, I found this a very great way to start our upcoming discussions that we'll have over the next 2 days. I'm taking away this emphasis on interdisciplinarity, right? To not just focus on our domain, to reach out across connections within our institutions, across different organizations, and also across countries, right? So that we can bring in all of the knowledge necessary. Also the importance of putting citizens first, putting the students first, right? When we lead with people, when we have a human-centered fourth industrial revolution, this is the best way to engender trust and bring people engaged. And I also was very much touched on this, from policy to practice. Let's actually exercise these activities, and also keeping a mindset of open innovation. Things are moving so quickly that if we wait for regulation, if we wait for governance, we'll actually fall behind there. So we actually need to continuously push ourselves, remaining open, agile, and I think these are good characteristics and good advice as we go into the next 2 days. If you'd please thank our excellencies for their wonderful contributions today. Thank you.
Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Your Excellencies, we welcome you to remain on stage for just one more moment. Professor Mohammed, Dr. Munir, we welcome you to remain on stage. We'll just do a quick signing, if that's okay. Amazing. So we now move to a very important milestone as partnerships have been formalized. First, we start with a memorandum of understanding between the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, and Al Faisal University. Join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Basma Al-Bhayran, the Managing Director for the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Please give her a round of applause. Congratulations to both the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution and Al Faisal University on this historic partnership. Your Excellency, Professor Mohammed and Dr. Munir, we ask you to remain on stage for the next agreements. We have one more. Our next memorandum of understanding is between the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and Glycan Age. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Batul Baz, the Vice President of Health Sector, King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, and Nicolina Luke, the Chief Executive Officer of Glycan Age. Please give them a round of applause. Congratulations to both King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and Glycan Age on this historic partnership. Memorandum of Cooperation between the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, as well as the IIoT Solutions to Advance Innovation. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Talal Al-Sidari, Senior Vice President for Research and Development at CAXT, as well as Jamil Al-Ghamdi, Chief Executive Officer for National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, as well as Ayman Al-Jahani, Founder and Chief Executive Officer for IIoT Solutions. Please welcome them to the stage. Congratulations to all our partners for this milestone collaboration. Thank you, Mr. Ayman. Dr. Talal and Mr. Jamil, we welcome you to remain on stage, and thank you to His Excellency, Dr. Munir Al-Dasuqi. Please give him a round of applause. Next is the Memorandum of Cooperation between the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program, as well as the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and the Middle East Cloud and Digital Transformation Company. For this cooperation, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mr. Ibrahim Al-Amri, the Chief Product Officer, Middle East Cloud and Digital Transformation Company, as well as we can have back on the stage Dr. Talal Al-Sidari, the Senior Vice President for Research and Development at the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, as well as Mr. Jamil Al-Ghamdi, the Chief Executive Officer for National Industrial Development and Logistics Program. Please join me in welcoming them back on stage with a round of applause. Thank you. Dr. Talal and Dr. Jamil, we welcome you to remain on stage for one more MOC. Next is the Memorandum of Cooperation between the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program and the King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology and Giza Arabia Systems. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Engineer Ashraf Atiya, the Chief Commercial Officer at Giza System. Please give him a round of applause. Congratulations to all the entities for these historic milestones. Thank you, gentlemen, and congratulations. Now I'd like to mention there is an ongoing session on the other side, continuing from mind to machine, that will take place in the Red Sea room directly behind us. You can find all of the session details and timings on the forum website and application. Next, we focus on a key enabler for industrial competitiveness: small and medium enterprises. In this session, PeerLink, Connecting SMEs for Impact, this session highlights how collaboration, peer learning, and shared innovation can accelerate SME digitalization and amplify economic impact across the kingdom. Please join me in welcoming our moderator firstly to the stage, Ms. Cassidy Leon. She's the Managing Director of Saudi Arabia Emerging Markets and Intelligence Research. Joining her on stage, we also have Dr. Majid Al-Gawais, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Energy, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We also have Ali Al-Khashan, General Manager for the Eastern Sector, Saudi Authority for Industrial Cities and Technology Zones. We also have Dr. Rudiger Arend, the Head of Division, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. We also have Ammar Al-Nahawi, Director of Cooperation Innovation at Saudi Aramco. And lastly, we have Memia Fendry, Lead Resilient and Sustainable Value Chains at the World Economic Forum. That was a lengthy title. Let's all give them a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. I'm excited today to deep dive into a topic that I know is close to all of our hearts, which is SMEs. SMEs, of course, form the backbone of industrial and economic landscape, yet their competitiveness cannot rely on the new technological strength alone. It depends on their ability to connect with peers, corporates, regulators, and global expertise. Peer-to-peer ecosystem networks enable SMEs to access knowledge, integrate into supply chains, and adopt new technologies more effectively. However, collaboration is often hindered by regulatory, financial, cultural barriers, competitiveness, often in later stages. And this session, we will explore how structured connectivity can become a lasting driver of SME resilience and industrial progress under Vision 2030. So today, we will start with an easy question, which is, Dr. Majid, in your experience, you guys have done a lot of work and efforts, especially lately launching on structured SME connectivity. And while this is, of course, from the energy perspective, energy sector point of view, there's a lot of lessons learned that I think we can go across sectors. So love to hear you, to hear some of your opening thoughts first on what you guys are doing at the Ministry of Energy, why that's important, and what really drove some of those ideas.
Okay, thank you. It wasn't an easy question. But بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم جميعا. It's really a pleasure to be here, and I congratulate His Excellency Dr. Munir, Dr. Basma, and the WEF and C4IR for hosting this event. This topic is very close to our hearts. It's about SMEs, which are vital to the success of a lot of the initiatives we have in Vision 2030, and specifically in energy. So the energy sector is undergoing a lot of transformations. We have new sources of energy coming in. We have a lot of projects in renewables, and battery storage, and liquid fuel displacement. We have a lot of coming technologies such as hydrogen, carbon capture, nuclear energy. So the industry is changing. It needs accelerated innovation and technology deployment. SMEs are very well known to have an edge when it comes to innovation, quickly adopting technologies. They're agile, they're fast moving. So I think SMEs are really excellent partners in this journey. We have been looking at the innovation aspect and how to engage SMEs for quite some time now. The ministry launched several initiatives. It launched an energy innovation program a few years ago, focusing on certain focus areas, which are circular carbon economy, hydrocarbons, electricity, renewable, nuclear energy, and sustainability. The way it operates is that it looks for challenges in the energy sector in these focus areas, and then seeks any existing research projects or technology projects that can become startups or companies if we support them. We have about 15 members, 14 or 15 members in this program. We created a committee from academia, government entities, large companies that would support these initiatives. And we had a lot of success stories, and we learned a lot.
Yeah.
So one of the things that was extremely clear to us is, what are the success factors when it comes to getting projects, from the ideation, from a research, from a pilot, all the way to becoming a startup and having, deployment and eventually large-scale deployment. It's involving the right people in the very beginning. So what we found out is that a lot of the SMEs and the startups and the entrepreneurs usually look for funding, they look for ways to complete the idea that they already have in their mind without getting verification. Is this really what the market needs? Is this really what the large companies would adopt or what the customer needs? So we found out that whenever we involve technology partners and large companies that can help them, offtake later on, that can help them test, pilot their products, that can be sponsors for this technology, that would significantly increase their success rates. This is what we saw. This is what we learned from this program. Based on that, we recently launched another accelerator that was between the Ministry of Energy and the garage. This accelerator is called طاقة Tech. It also has a similar model where we involve a lot of the big companies that come from the very beginning, work with these entrepreneurs or SMEs. They would be, or the atmosphere is more of a mentorship and coaching atmosphere. It's not like the typical company relationship. So whenever we have this, coaching and helping atmosphere, we found out that we could get a lot more done. The companies would really get the right products to the market. So this is what we're working on now, trying to get the large companies early on rather than waiting for them to get to the final stages and try to get in the market and realize that it's really difficult to get into the market. Of course, the SME to SME link is always extremely important. They may have better insight when it comes to internal operating models, who should be your suppliers, how you should manage your company. So I know that SME to SME links, have had a lot of success. But we also think that government to SME links and company to or corporation to SME links also has a lot of benefits. We also have the government aspect. A lot of SMEs face bureaucratic challenges, and it's uneven because large companies have very structured ways to deal with these challenges. So we also have support from government entities, and both the طاقة Tech Accelerator and the Energy Innovation Program, where any challenges facing these startups and SMEs are handled immediately through going to the right government entity and trying to resolve their issues.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. I think that it's such a great point that you make in terms of ensuring that it's not just the capital or the access, it's also that connectivity which ensures the right product market fit, and also the role of corporate players, which we'll get into a little bit more with Dr. Ammar in a moment. But first, Ali, can I hand it over to you as well? And what are some of the lessons learned from, this will be from the industrial zone's perspective, but again, I think these are, these can be taken across all sectors. And so what have you seen from your view?
Thank you very much for the question. Mudun today hosts more than 460 billion Saudi Riyal worth of investments over different, more than 40 industrial cities. And we host more than 9,000 establishments, either industrial or commercial or logistic facilities. So we had to build on that. Looking to the gap and this amount of information that we own today, and looking to the struggle of SMEs, I can't call it struggle, it's just they need to know the way sometimes. They have a good products, good energy, also good source of funding sometimes, but it's just the connectivity that they need and the network. And then on that regard, we had in Modern to create the right location to integrate and inject those SMEs into the supply chain of the big companies. And we had many exercises to doing that. We will come to it later today. After engaging them, we had to go also one step further, making sure that they do their work more efficient. And for that, we had different initiatives, starting from the circular economy initiative, IR4 initiative. And we have this culture in Modern. We listen to our customers. We have more than 16 products today. Most of it was designed by our customers. So we went further through the efficiency and the operation itself. And we noticed that there are some struggles that we can help. One of it was the insurance, actually. The insurance was costing a lot for the SMEs. And we have this mass of 9,000 establishments, so we made a deal with a big insurance company and to insure whatever SMEs that within our borders with a fair price, affordable prices. And this initiative is up and running today. Launched last month, and now we have almost 17 different establishments benefiting from that. Also, we are working now to secure a deal that they can provide to Modern the solution, and then the SMEs can pay just a subscription fee. And this is, I think, is a big push today. Financing solution is already there in place. Also, we want to make them visible. So, a Modern Excellence Annual Excellence Award, we created a category specialized or aimed for the SMEs to grant them the needed network, giving them a place in our booth wherever we participate in any event. We invite the SMEs to be there. Yet, all those efforts, it helps in creating a business. Referring to this morning session where the subject of silos again versus system was addressed. I think they're still working, some of SMEs are working in silos. And to break this one, we created a community that we will come later to it. So we can say today Modern is a community rather than just an industrial city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. And I think it's such a great point on the community that, as you mentioned, we'll come back to in terms of that, creating that ecosystem. Dr. Rudiger, can I hand it over to you now? Because I know that there's a lot of evidence that you've been able to collect from an OECD perspective in terms of lessons learned and how those can be applied in other places. So what are some of the key features that you've seen that have been able to boost SME connectivity and therefore SME productivity?
Well, thanks for the question, and thank you for having me invited to this very interesting conference. Before I start, I would like to say that, the reason why networks are so particularly important for SMEs is, of course, because SMEs having less internal capacity than the large enterprises. And that's why for them being connected is really a strategic asset. And if they are not connected, then that is very difficult for them, for example, to implement reforms or to to innovate. And in that respect, it is also important to see that if you're an SME that is well connected in different networks, and we call this the SME ecosystem, because we think that basically as an SME, you need to be not only in one network, but you need to be in a multitude of networks for different purposes. And so then we're talking about like a strong SME ecosystem when you're having this connectivity. And when you're having this connectivity, it's easier for you to innovate because you can kind of do this together with others. It's easier for you to be more resilient because when you're hit by a shock, you can also get help from others. And last but not least, it's also easier for you to adapt to changes. For example, in recent years, there have been in many countries a lot of new environmental standards, a lot of new due diligence requirements. And if you're kind of like connected, then it's a lot easier for you to implement these things because then you can, you have peers you can talk with, you can see what they did, how it worked, and so on and so forth. What we've also been finding with empirical evidence, if you are, as an SME, are collaborating with others, then you're more innovative. So there's clear empirical evidence for that. And if you're more innovative, then typically that also means you'll be more productive. So there's this clear link between connectivity, being connected SME, and being more productive. Now, you might think that basically, all the SMEs are in some kind of networks, official networks, but actually they're not. We did a little survey with SMEs who are having a Facebook page, and we found that more than 1/3 of them were not in any official network. And that's just the ones who already have a Facebook page. There's also those who don't even have a Facebook page, and probably there's a lot more of them who are not in any networks. And we also found that SMEs who are run by women were also less well connected than the ones who were run by men. So maybe there's also an additional component that needs to be taken into account. So obviously, this is well known, this problem of connectivity, and there's a lot of countries in the OECD who are undertaking policies to deal with that. And we looked at more than 600 different policies that are somehow supposed to be increasing the connectedness of SMEs and try to see in which areas they are. And what we found is that roughly half of these policies are actually supposed to be helping SMEs to be in production or supply networks. And that obviously shows also the importance of this link, of this connectivity to production supply networks. But we also found that 1/3 of these policies are supposed to be helping SMEs to be in knowledge and innovation networks. So that's basically, if you take it together, then kind of like, the large majority of policy initiatives are supposed to be helping SMEs to be either in production supply networks or in knowledge innovation networks. Now, we are working a lot with cities and regions, and when we're thinking about, what can you, as a region or as a city, what can you do for your SMEs, what is the most important, then obviously, both the production supply networks and the knowledge innovation networks are important, but I think as a region or as a city, where you can do more is actually when it comes to the knowledge innovation networks, because for the other networks, that also depends to a large degree on larger enterprise and other players that are not directly, under your control. And what is important here, firstly, is obviously, that you're having knowledge institutions, like universities, research centers, that the SMEs can be connecting to, and that also means that you need to have these knowledge institutions in relevant sectors. I love literature studies, but if you're like, I don't know, a petrochemical region, then having literature studies is probably not really going to help having your SMEs who are working, in the petrochemical sector. So you need to think carefully, what are the areas that you are specialized in, or that you want to be specialized in going forward, and then you also need to make sure that you have the knowledge institutions that actually can help your companies to be there. But then the other point is obviously it's not because you're having a beautiful university or great research institutions that then the enterprise is actually connected to that. So you also need to make sure that these connections happen. Sometimes they happen automatically, but sometimes they don't, and countries have been coming up with different policies to kind of like help with these connections. Often the most important thing is kind of like doing the first step, because often, especially SMEs, are a bit hesitant, they don't know. And for example, one policy that has been done by some countries with a relatively large success, they've been giving some vouchers to SMEs, not a huge amount of money, 2,000, 5,000 euros, something like that. And with that, they could go to some university or local research institution and kind of like do some small business consulting contract. And then at least the connection was made, and then a lot of them basically, became more active in connecting with the knowledge institutions, and then this obviously helped with their innovation going forward. You also mentioned quickly the link to industrial zones, and what is the lesson basically from that for industrial zones? And the first one obviously is location. So I've been to a country where they put like industrial zones in places for political reasons where there was no transport infrastructure, I mean, no knowledge infrastructure, and also not much of production infrastructure. And obviously, those places will fail. I mean, that's totally predictable. So you need to locate these industrial zones in areas where it makes sense. And so what you want to do is basically to make sure that in these industrial zones you facilitate the integration of SMEs in the two types of networks that I was talking about. So the first one is, the production supply networks. And that means that you probably want to have a certain, at least to a certain degree, like a focus of an industrial zone. So you want to have industries that are somehow related in a certain way, because then only you can actually benefit from the presence of the other enterprises around you. And the second point is also, I mean, obviously you also want these industrial zones to be connected to the knowledge institution that I was talking about earlier. And so, I mean, that's something you need to be thinking about from the start, and that also need to actively encourage. And a good example, for example, is the, you may know, the industrial zone they're having in Daejeon in Korea, which has a very, very strong research focus, and which is also doing quite well. So that's just an example I wanted to mention. That's what I want to say. Thanks for your patience.
No, thank you, Dr. Rüdiger. That was fantastic. And I think, we've spoken now the SME connectivity to the government, and then the SMEs, or the government's role in SME connectivity to corporate players through these accelerators and incubators, and as well the communities within industrial zones and the importance and the multiplier effect of innovation, and then that connectivity to the knowledge institutions. Dr. Amar, where is the accountability and responsibility for the role of large corporate players in that SME connectivity as well?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning to all. The large corporates see a lot of value in being connected to SMEs, and I would probably try to be focused a little bit more on a subset of SMEs, which are innovation-based, more kind of early-stage startups. And I would also like to focus maybe on the case or perspective in Dhahran, which is where we operate mostly, and we have our headquarters, and there are a number of assets, and we've been looking at this from an ecosystem point of view and share some insights drawn from that experience. So having said that, what large corporates can do in the context of an ecosystem like Dhahran or even Riyadh or Western region in Saudi Arabia or other regions in the world, one thing is to have clarity about their current and future business challenges and opportunities. That comes out of corporate strategy, comes out of the current assessment of the business, the growth direction, future investments, and making a version of that visible to the market, to the outside world, will guide the efforts of small and medium enterprises that are, especially in the category that I spoke about, which is kind of a deep tech, entrepreneur-led startups and early stage. If they don't have that visibility, most likely they're not going to work on the right problem, or they're not going to develop the right solution, they're not going to meet the right timelines, and so on and so forth. So that visibility, I think, is the first step that large corporates can do. Offer a version of where your challenges are that you think are addressable by the SME or the startup community. So that's one. The second is access. SMEs, especially the category we talked about, require and need access to large corporates. And that is easier said than done, because large corporates are very complex, large organizations, as by the name suggests, of thousands and thousands of people, facilities, and so on. And everybody is extremely busy and challenged and so on. So having an organized bridge, reliable access points that satisfy corporate requirements on the one hand, but also avail some ongoing linkage with the SME and startup and entrepreneurship community is very important. And to that end, I would mention a few examples of what Aramco has done. We've created something called Lab 7, which is kind of an incubator, sits at the fence basically between company needs and technology and so on, but also incubates startups from outside in the physical and engineering space. SAIL, which is Saudi Accelerated Innovation Lab, which is kind of a similar but focuses more on the digital and AI front, also sits at the fence and offers kind of an open window
to the SME community. So things like that, I think, are extremely important to provide that accessibility. And it's not only just for people to build a community and network and ask questions, but it's also to access experts. So the experts within large corporates are extremely valuable to deep tech entrepreneurs, but they're not easily accessible. So providing those channels of expertise, ideas, continuous development, customer feedback, and so on is very important. The third thing that large corporates can do and offer are resources, of course. Whether it's investment in startups through corporate venture capital, through grants, seed funding, whatever, the number, assortment of things that large corporates have deployed and continue to deploy. And of course, Aramco has Aramco Ventures, WAD, for the early stage, or let's say not so early stage, but maybe seed, series A and B type startups and scale up. So those resources are important, but investment is only one vehicle. There are other resources, access to facilities, for example, in-kind contribution, incubation, and so on and so forth. So there are other critical contributions that large corporates can make, potentially for in-kind equity, which ensures that there is skin in the game, or as basically kind of a help and support for the ecosystem, which is not always useful, by the way. Sometimes what comes free is not very utilized properly. So that tension has to be, I think, there. The fourth thing that large corporates can do is deployment of the outcome of the SMEs, the products, the solutions, the technologies. That offtake is extremely important, and probably that's where we all face a lot of challenges. It's not easy, especially when it comes to early stage innovation, young startups and so on. There is a natural, I would say, conflict between engineering standards and requirements, reliability and so on of large corporates, and between the kind of the technical and commercial risk that comes inherently attached to. So again, creating passageways for piloting, for demonstration in acceptable circumstances to both parties as a commercial deal probably would be a good place where, and these are things that we are working on and other corporates have done in the past. And it all, I think, comes to maybe the last point I would say, which is specific to Dhahran. Large corporates around the world have always worked with startups, whether the tech giants, Google, Microsoft, and whatnot, the digital tech, or even manufacturing. Right? Siemens, Toyota, and others have a large cloud of startups and SMEs in their orbit, and they do a lot of soft and transactional business with them. Proximity matters a lot. Linking it to what the other gentlemen have said, building networks and so on. I think localization around large corporates and creating clusters of those startups in the same locale is extremely important and lowers the barrier for the things that we talked about to actually take place at scale and more efficiently. And the last thing I would say, there is a learning curve in Dhahran. Currently, we have very mature institutional, I would say, innovation and technology, whether it's within the companies or even within the university, KFUPM, Dhahran Techno Valley. The companies within Dhahran Techno Valley are all technology providers for decades and so on. So there is depth in the institutional technology and knowledge and expertise, but there isn't a complementary entrepreneur-led ecosystem that provides a little bit more of kind of a risk-taking, the entrepreneurial spirit in deep tech and so on. And that is something that requires activation. So a one-time effort, collective effort to create that cluster, and then let the organic forces kind of build it and the market forces shape it afterwards. But there is this one-time effort to kind of provide the first spark, I would say, that is important to create that. Once it's there, it's recognized, and there is a community of entrepreneurs and startups that coexist, and then I think it can survive and grow on its own. And this is more needed in deep tech and tough tech, probably more than other softer technologies like fintech and so on. Not that they are not important, but they're inherently, I think, less capital intensive, shorter time to market. So there are certain attributes that give them a little bit of an advantage. Deep tech, tough tech, engineering-based tech, I think is inherently challenged by capital, time, technical risk, and other barriers that need to be accommodated. but we all need them. I think the challenges of the world in energy, sustainability, AI, and so on, we need the deep tech entrepreneurial contribution in the equation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. And I think I'm glad that you mentioned the pilot, because it was part of the earlier conversations that we had as well, in terms of it's important that there's perhaps a government-led initiative and incubators and accelerators to guide or coach the SMEs on going for pilot initiatives rather than perhaps big projects that are meant for other big corporate players. But then at the same time, there's a responsibility for the corporate players to create those types of pilot initiatives that can be fulfilled by SMEs. And it's, I think goes back to this idea, all of the stakeholder accountability in really growing SME connectivity. Now, maybe I want to go to you now as well. And part of what we've discussed earlier is that it's the SME digital transformation and that linkage to connectivity that's so important. Can you speak a little bit more about that?
Thank you, Cassidy, and good morning, everyone. I think, indeed, it's great to see that digital transformation for SMEs has become quite a central question in the broader industrial transformation and economic development thematic. And I mean, SMEs contribute to up to 70% of employment. They represent 90% of businesses globally. So on one side, we see more and more governments recognizing that they form the foundations of an innovative and resilient economic and industrial landscape. But then also, these SMEs are critical suppliers for large industrial companies as well. And what happens is that large industrial companies are more and more investing in these new technologies and transforming their operations, but as global value chains remain deeply interdependent, they're only able to reach their goals of productivity, agility, sustainability if their entire supply network and ecosystem moves together, including companies and suppliers of all sizes. So to give you an example, the World Economic Forum's community of chief operating and supply chain officer last year said, well, our suppliers, most of them are SMEs, and they're not investing in technologies at the same rate as we do, so we really need to help them and inform the development of support programs that can help them progress on this journey. And to do that, they did a gap analysis in existing company and government-led programs to inform the development of these. And it's interesting to see that across the 5 gaps they've identified, all the solutions and best practices they've highlighted call for that network and connectivity element. And so the first gap is the knowledge and skill gap. And this is where there's potential to scale up all the knowledge sharing activities, whether it's sharing use cases, what has worked, what has not worked, whether it's providing training or built-in training modules. From the private sector side, we see more companies like Schneider Electric or GEA organizing supplier summits to bring all of their supplier networks together, drive a common vision, and provide all that knowledge and experience. From the government side, I think there's a program in the UK like the High Value Manufacturing Catapult that connect SMEs with research institutions, academics, large corporates to provide the resources and the expertise that is needed to help them in the technology adoption journey. The second gap is a financial one. I think there's still quite a few challenges for SMEs to build a clear and compelling business case and to have the sufficient capital to bear the upfront investments required with these. And here there's a few mechanisms. One of them is that the more advanced companies can provide their experience with what are some of the business case metrics that have allowed to fully articulate that ROI, because it's not always straightforward. But then, Dr. Ammar, you mentioned it earlier, larger corporates can be providing resources of all sorts to help them de-risk financial investments, and some of that can include the granting of access to some solutions or machinery where they can kind of leverage and implement these solutions without bearing all the upfront costs. And then finally, there's the potential from innovation hubs to kind of provide a shared space for experimentation in a test environment to learn from mistakes and optimize the impact before full-scale deployment. And then the third challenge is having that sustained support along the journey and post-deployment across the implementation phase. And here they've highlighted examples from industry association or industrial clusters as well that can create some networks for peer learning or for support in maintenance programs. There's also, going even further, there's been examples of joint projects and innovation and co-investments projects between the large corporates and their suppliers where they were able to benefit from the shared resources, the shared expertise, and ultimately both parties were able to reach higher impact than they would have if I had done this individually. And then the fourth gap is the SMEs that are in underserved regions. They can find it challenging to access both the cutting edge technologies, but also all the networks that we're talking about. And I think this was mentioned by both Dr. Rüdiger and Ali earlier. And here is from our Transitioning Industrial Clusters initiative, we see that it's not enough to have co-located companies in one area, but you really need to have the governance and structure to connect them with one another and create that kind of network effect. But then also I think we're talking here as well, the digital connecting platforms can also facilitate that access to information as well that would have not otherwise been accessible to them. And then finally, the fifth gap is the lack of alignment between the government-led support programs and the company-led support programs. There's a lot of fragmented SME support. So by having that connecting tissue that brings all their voices together, then we can really have that kind of volume and scale to say, okay, these are the real pain points, and we need to take that voice to inform collaborations between governments and companies so that we can both have synergies but also complementarities as well.
Thank you so much, Mimia. And I think, when we talked about, in the conversation, being able to identify what is the biggest, what's the biggest obstacle if you had to prioritize, or what would be the one action you would take to enable connectivity. Dr. Amar, you challenged that idea. And you said you cannot really take just one thing, but there were certain less obvious factors that we can prioritize. So I'd like to maybe just explain or talk about your reasoning a little bit on pushing back on that question, sure. And then I'd like to take that question in terms of, perhaps some of the less obvious enablers and, sure. And obstacles to Dr. Majed and Ali and Dr. Rüdiger.
Sure. So I think building on what we heard from the panel, I think it's self-evident that creating these networks, the SMEs, the interconnectivity, the flow of ideas, talent, resources, value creation across multiple players is not a trivial task. And as such, with all complex systems, there isn't usually one switch that we flip and the whole thing works. It's rather a kind of a system approach that has to be there. But fortunately, we can break down systems into maybe big kind of elements. And one framework or one model we can talk about, and there are many, is the element, the human element, the talent. Then the collision between the people and the organizations, so the collisions, talent collisions, and then the resources that will fuel all the activity, and then the impact that they generate and produce, the output they produce in the ecosystem. And if we look at and you really have to do all of this, at least enough of it at the same time to provide the passage from small to medium to large enterprise. It's more like an assembly line. It's a journey. So working on one part of the highway but by leaving the other part doesn't get you from point A to point B. You need to have the full path basically at least semi-constructed and easy to travel or possible to travel at least. Take for example the issue of talent. I think here in Saudi Arabia, and I personally am very, very proud of the quality of talent, the investments that the country has done and made over the decades in training, educating, empowering the talent, and we see almost an exponential growth in capacity and quality. So that's extremely thrilling and promising. However, I think where we stand today And talking again about the deep tech entrepreneurial space, I think we need to either divert or create more talent that is operating in that space. Currently, most of the technical people I know of, at least, are gainfully employed. They are not operating in an entrepreneurial space. They have the knowledge, they have the expertise, they might have some of the best ideas in the world, but they're not on a path of kind of creating a small and medium enterprise. They're either working for a larger corporation or in the government somewhere or in a university and so on. So I think realizing that gap and creating or encouraging and enticing more entrepreneurs, talent, to show up there and to be free, like just electrons that can pass through a conducting material, those free electrons currently are needed to be availed in an ecosystem, because all the good electrons we have now are attached to their atoms and not moving anywhere because they're employed. So I ran the R&D organization in Saudi Aramco, one of two major R&D organizations. I have great people there with great PhDs from some top universities, excellent people, but they do not operate with the same entrepreneurial mindset, and that's inherent to the corporate R&D culture. So that's why a lot of corporates also rely on an entrepreneurial ecosystem next to them to provide that diversity of thought, that diversity of risk appetite, that diversity of speed and kind of going to the market more aggressively and so on. And those two complement one another. You need corporate R&D for certain things that the entrepreneurial space cannot do, and you need the entrepreneurial space for some things that the corporate R&D probably is not suited to do. And those two complete one another.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Omar. It's such a great point, and you know that I love the analogy of the free electron. So, Dr. Majid, how about you? And again, I know that it's hard to pick one single thing, but perhaps I like this idea, of the less obvious priorities. What's your view on that?
Okay, so first, I'm not going to talk about electrons, so don't expect anything that sophisticated. So for SMEs, or to create SME networks, I think the most important thing is to have a critical mass of both SMEs and support programs that can help these SMEs. There is a risk that SMEs will fragment themselves and create different networks, and nothing can be done at scale. So I think one of the important things that we could do is to have an incubation stage, either by large corporations or by a government entity, that would create success stories, that would make sure that there are good examples of SMEs that get good support, that can graduate from this network to become larger, more successful companies. Once we reach a good number of examples, SMEs would see the value, and they would, I think afterwards it could be organic. So I would focus on getting the critical mass. I don't know what the number would be, but get a good chunk of SMEs in that network, in a single network, not in competing networks, and I think that's what would lift things and make it become a successful program.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it's such a great point, is also having that awareness of the potential fragmentation in the ecosystem and how to counteract against that, and then the role of government and doing that. And Ali, how about you? What's your perspective on these less obvious enablers or obstacles that need to be solved for?
Well, today there is no one way to approach it. The market is very dynamic. The need changes with a very fast pace. So we've tried many things, and all of them are working to a certain extent. First, we started creating a space by making a ready-made factories with different sizes, close to big firms, so we have to engage and grant accessibility for the SMEs to integrate with the large firms. Then we had requests from the SMEs that they want smaller places, spaces in different places, and we went on creating that, and it's working. Then we found there is an integration that was less obvious between the SMEs themselves, cross sectors. So we created a building, a multi-story factory with 8 floors where you can host up to 78 units, manufacturing units. And one of the successful examples today, you have a coffee roasting manufacturing facility where his byproduct was purchased with the next unit that run by a nice lady making a cosmetic products based based on the outcome of the other manufacturing. So also, wouldn't it be nice to have your factoring facility as an SME within your vendor promise manufacturer itself? So we went to that extent. So now you can create your factory inside another bigger factory, so to avoid the logistics cost through a product called Mutammim, where you can make as small as one production line inside the premises of another manufacturing, so you can produce the spare parts directly and feed it to the other factory place. So today you have this multiple solutions that you have the right to pick wherever suits you. And this is just to support the argument that there is no only one right way. And maybe Dr. Ammar, I like the penguin example, maybe much better, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, perfect. And I think, Dr. Ammar, after Dr. Rudiger and Mimi go, you might have to explain the penguin analogy to the audience. Dr. Rudiger, how about this?
Yeah, I also wanted to say something, which is, very much in line with what Dr. Ammar was saying. In the OECD, we are talking a lot about the complementarity of reforms, of changes, and what that means, basically. If you're doing a policy A and a policy B, then the effect of that is not just going to be the effect of policy A and policy B, but you're getting something bigger, because you're doing policy A, policy B is working better, basically, or vice versa, the other way around. And I think that, and especially in the SME sphere, when you're having these ecosystems which are so very complex, as was said, then it's really important that you're having a coherent package and to basically make sure that you're getting all these complementarities. Of course, you also want to be like doing a gap analysis, something to making sure that you're not missing, some really big areas. But it's not because you're just dealing with this one big problem that this is going to make automatically a huge difference, because there may be a lot of small other things that you didn't fix, and that therefore by your big reform basically is not working. So you really need to think, in a system thinking, you need to be looking at all the different aspects, and you need to think about incentives. That's very important, so that what you're doing is what the economists call is incentive compatible, and then you get the results that you're actually aiming for.
Thank you, Dr. Rudiger. And Mimi, you had some thoughts as well on the one biggest enabler, the biggest enabler that you would choose over the next year to be able to accelerate. Can you talk a little bit more about your perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've seen, across the different interventions, the power and potential from networks in providing that supportive environment for SMEs to really make more informed actions and faster reach their goals. And I think if there was one action I would accelerate, it's the deployment and scale up of the digital connecting platforms, which can help with all different kinds of activities in terms of that exchange of knowledge and training, and helping also with kind of matchmaking, whether it's for joint innovation projects or solutions versus needs, or provisioning of support mechanisms as well. But then also, again, kind of have that critical mass to inform the right policies or the right support programs. And I think one of the key challenges as well is that SMEs are part of different value chains and oftentimes different industries. And so what happens is that they receive multiple heterogeneous asks from their customers. And that means that it can slow down, it can be quite daunting, all the different asks and different resources that need to be invested to fulfill those. So that can slow down the transformation, it can create redundant investments, oftentimes not sustainable, but then also create a lot of interoperable systems. So these platforms can really help align on a common vision, common principles and standards so that we can faster reach the goals together. And I think, in a context of more regionalization as well, I think these platforms have the potential to go beyond the national level, to also be scaled across regions as well, to leverage both similarities and complementarities as well. And I think, though, in all of that, a key and first measure of success, I think it's whether SMEs really use these platforms and networks and tap into them and leverage them and find value in doing so. Because I think we also need to keep in mind their context of limited resources, of oftentimes competing priorities between trying to grow the business and also operating under now a very tight economic environment. So if these activities feel like an extra work or a burden, they will disengage. So it's key that we keep the networks accessible, that they really deliver direct, visible benefits that tailor to kind of their specific pain points, and that we hear from them, and that I think that involves a continuous feedback and communication loop to see what's working, what are the pain points, and what are kind of the best priority activities to undertake and challenges to address.
And I think that really sounds like the sort of perfect antidote to this fragmentation challenge as well, is that there's one platform that scales up. And we just have a few minutes left, and I'd like to end on the closing reflection, which I think is a great one, which is, in one sentence, what is the most important factor in enabling connectivity among SMEs within Saudi Vision 2030? And I'll start with Dr. Majid and go down, but Dr. Amar, I think it might be the chance to integrate the penguin analogy for the audience.
Well, there's nothing new in the penguin analogy. I think the critical mass that Dr. Majid and Ali mentioned is extremely important. I think small enterprises and startups and entrepreneurs survive in groups, and there is a lot of cross interaction and sharing of resources, sharing of expertise, sharing of talent that is essential for them to survive, and that's why they often succeed in clusters of some critical mass. And the analogy that we mentioned in the preparation was like penguins that survive in a very cold area. A single penguin will not be able to maintain the heat, but when they cluster all together, they be able to shield each other from, and they rotate, by the way, from the inside to the outside and so on. So it's a very fascinating natural phenomena to be able to create survival of the group basically by collaboration. So I think startup ecosystems and innovation ecosystems require that, and that is only achievable if you have enough penguins.
Thank you. So I think the one sentence is have enough penguins. Dr. Majid.
Okay, so from a government perspective, we should have clarity in our direction and in our strategy and make it available to everyone, and we should foster an effective and healthy public-private collaboration.
Ali?
We all are aware of the phrase work smart, not hard. However, it's a very competitive market, so please work smarter and harder.
Thank you. Dr. Rüdiger.
From what I heard and also what I regularly see in the OECD, the problem that most countries are facing is really getting innovation into new enterprises who are then taking this forward. Not just startups, but also through the scale-up phase. And I think that's also a great challenge for Saudi Arabia. But it's a challenge for almost all of the OECD countries as well.
Amia? I would say a robust digital infrastructure as well that allows for all other digital initiatives and programs to succeed and provides SMEs with the right tools to integrate into global value chains and help attract investment and support, therefore, the economic growth objectives.
Well, thank you very much to all of our panelists for these really great insights, and I think a lot of takeaways for the audience on how we integrate this and boost connectivity for the ultimate goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Leon, and all the speakers for this engaging and forward-looking discussion. These insights reflect the power of collaboration in enabling SMEs to transform operations, embrace technology, and scale impact. Building on this discussion, we are pleased to highlight the publication titled Building Communities for Impact, Lessons from the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, India and Saudi Arabia. As frontier technologies reshape economies and societies at record speed, this paper illustrates how multi-stakeholder collaboration can drive sustainable, high-impact innovation. Drawing on real-world case studies from C4IR India and C4IR Saudi Arabia, it offers leaders a practical framework to accelerate responsible transformation through global cooperation and shared purpose. Education stands at the heart of long-term progress, and it's the focus of our next session, Future of Education. The Future of Education will examine how technology, policy, and institution models can prepare learners for the jobs and skills of tomorrow. Leading the discussion, we have Dr. Reem Taiba, project lead at the Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia. Joining her on stage, we also have Professor Andreas Kangalaris, founding president of NEOM University, Professor Amani Al-Shawi, chief executive officer of Academy 32, and also Professor Alina Matukhina, global head of cybersecurity at Siemens. Please give them a round of applause.
Hello. Can I get the speaker higher, please? My dear panelists, it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for joining us in the Third Saudi Forum. So today we will speak about the future of education globally and in Saudi Arabia. The World Economic Forum projects that by 2030, nearly 60% of employees will change their nature of work to adapt to the adoption of technology, the acceleration of technology. Yet what we're teaching in schools and how we're preparing young people, we're preparing them for jobs that may not exist in 5 to 10 years. So with this with all the accelerated transformation, we are still defining what skills do we need to train young people. If the future of technology is not about adopting, if the future of education is not about adopting technology and digital access, but more about creating learning experiences for students, for them to adapt, to learn, to innovate continuously, how can we actually do that? So I would like to unpack a few dimensions of this topic, if you allow me. Let me start with you, Professor Amani. Professor Amani, we all know that education has been the main engine of supplying talent to the job market. But the industry is transforming quite fast, the technologies develop fast. How can we make sure that education match the pace of technology development? And what opportunities can we see in this uncertain future?
Thank you, Dr. Reem. Let me start by saying
Okay,
so thank you so much, Dr. Reem. I will start first by explaining the roles that come to my mind whenever I think about the future of education. The three roles that will come to mind would be my role as a leader of Academy 32, which is the initiative by King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology to transfer the knowledge and expertise of our scientists and researchers to all players in the RDI ecosystem. The other role that I play, or used to play, is an educator. I used to be a college or university professor for 8 years. And I know exactly what each educator would go through in order to deliver knowledge and to build learning outcomes to the best. The third role is my role as a mother. I have two sons in college. One is about to graduate, and the other one is in his second year. So my son, who is in second year of college, started last year, and with all the advancements that we see and availability of Gen AI tools, they were instructed never to use any AI tool with zero tolerance policy. He came to me this year and he said, guess what happens? They told us that 30% of content generated by AI tools would be acceptable. So you can tell that what he predicts is that in the future, this percentage is going to increase. Changing the educational ecosystem is not easy. We do have to follow certain rules and regulations. We do have accreditation bodies that will grant quality checks to programs and institutions. And other factors are also involved in relation to budgets, to stakeholders, and so on and so forth. What we need to do is to make sure that the skills that we're teaching in the classroom is going to equip our students for the job market, for what's going to happen in the future. So we listened to the panelists in the morning, Professor Al-Hayazi and Dr. Munir, talk about what students would gain by learning math if they have the calculator. This is the exact same argument. So if we say, for example, I'll tell you a small story about Citigroup. I was yesterday in the FII summit, and the CEO of Citigroup said that usually she has a group of coders and programmers. Some of them are PhD holders, and it would take them a week and a half to complete a certain task. She said that this exact task is now being completed in 3 minutes. So now comes the argument of, do we really need to teach programming today? Why are we teaching it if it's not going to be used? The other argument is that programming and coding is one of the best approaches that you can implement to teach students to think critically and also logically, and basically teaching them patience on how to handle challenges. So this really brings us to the idea of making sure or knowing as a fact that we cannot predict what's going to come up in the future. However, we need to be prepared in one way or another. The opportunities are marvelous. I mean, the sky is the limit when it comes to opportunities that we need to realize in the educational system of what technology brings to the table, whether it is AI tools, quantum, or let's say biotechnology. One simple example is the learner-centered approach. We do have startups today that offer tools to anyone who would like to learn a skill. They can use some sort of a chatbot that will sit with you for half an hour and then come up with a list of, let's say, courses, online tools for you to gain the skill. And those startups do exist today. Again, the sky is the limit, so many opportunities. We need just to align our efforts, gather all stakeholders, and focus on how to cross the bridge to the future.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's a bit of a change that we're actually looking forward to make. Professor Andreas, with all these usually change brings uncertainty, but it's also a window for opportunity to reinvent the future. Being the founder of NEOM University, how is NEOM rethinking the learning model for the education ecosystem, or for learning ecosystem, and what role can government and industry have to play in this ecosystem?
Thank you, Dr. Raymond. Let me say that pleasure to be here with all of you, discussing technology. It is a pleasure being here discussing this very important topic with you. I would like to start answering your question by reflecting on what is the mission of higher education. And I want to do that because as a member of the higher education community, I assume the responsibility of all the amazing transformation that's happening today. I mean, what we call the fourth industrial revolution would not have been possible without the contributions of universities. Many of the breakthroughs, many of the technologies that give us that anxiety about uncertainty come out of universities. And I say this because the mission of the universities is actually something that is centered stage in what you asked me to answer. So let's reflect on that. What do universities, what is their mission? Their mission is economic development and human prosperity. How do we do it? We do it by creating new knowledge. We do it by making sure that that also create new innovations. We make sure that in addition to that, we come up with breakthroughs that change the landscape of the world. But the most important thing that we do, I think, is we also take the time to make sure that knowledge is converted into deep understanding and wisdom, the wisdom that people need to have in order to make sure that all good that these innovations can bring to bear materializes. And I say that because all of that takes time. And second, and most importantly, these things do not happen by themselves. Universities do things in very close collaboration with the private sector, the government, the industry, in ways that sometimes we tend to forget about it. The anxiety of today has been experienced in the past. And I say it has been experienced in the past because I will tell you, if you look at each and every one of the major, what we call revolutions, industrial revolution, the digital revolution, the revolution today, you find out that the world went through this anxiety period. Always the case. And I want to make sure that this tension that we see, oh, there is a gap between what academics are teaching and what the world market needs. There is a delay in how innovations from the university find their way into new products and industries. All of those things we have experienced them before. And I will tell you, I reflect back to something that I read when I was very young, 40 years ago. Isaac Asimov once had said that the sad thing about the world is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. I want us to reflect on that. Science gathers knowledge much faster than society gathers wisdom. And I say this because this is something that was observed 40 years ago, and this is what we're observing today. And we need to make sure that because of that fast-paced technological innovations that are happening and changing our world, we need to make sure that this partnership between higher education, universities, the government, the private sector is amplified in ways that we have to have much more than before. And what do I mean by that? Let's start with research. Universities do amazing research. You cannot complain about not having great ideas generated by universities. They're everywhere, many more than what we are experiencing today in the real world. But what is lacking are, if you wish, these bridges that need to exist between the academic laboratories and the private sector, the accelerators, the incubators, those places where all these ideas can be turned into good products. And those bridges need to be very well resourced. They need to be two-way traffic bridges where the buzz with people going back and forth between the two sides. This is how you amplify and accelerate the translation of all these great ideas to good things that happen in the world, but also that's how you develop the talent, and you bring the talent together to innovate together. And when it comes to learning, I think one of the things we hear from everyone is the fact that universities should not be the only ones held accountable for how quickly people learn. Universities are responsible to open the minds of the individual. Especially in this day and age, universities have to be teaching individuals critical thinking, the ability to prepare themselves to learn deeply and to take that learning and convert it into a deep understanding and the wisdom they will need throughout their lives. They're going to have multiple careers, and those careers cannot be defined by the given present need of a specific industry. And that's where the private sector comes in, and I mean the government as well. And they come in the following way. The specific jobs that the government and the private sector are fostering and making happen, and they're the ones responsible for these developments, are jobs that require specific skills that they have to assume the responsibility to teach their employees to have. And some of those skills need to be developed in collaboration with the universities, and the universities, I will tell you, are very happy to do that. But skill development in the private sector has to become something that the private sector embraces as the great opportunity for them to leverage the significant talent that comes out of the university. And in this day and as we heard, because of the significant advances through AI of tutoring and learning systems that allow some of that to be personalized, I think the opportunity for the private sector to step in and assume that responsibility that will alleviate this tension that exists between universities and the private sector is going to be served extremely well.
That's amazing. I'm going to follow up on your comment that the private sector should also take the lead on developing those skills. And I want to move to you, Professor Alina. As the global head of cybersecurity in Siemens, we know that Siemens is at the forefront of innovation, and they require a skill of talent continuously for the demand of technology. How do you keep the pace and the talent flow pipeline coming in Siemens amid the uncertainties?
Thank you, Dr. Reem.
I think it's off. You can just turn it on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reem. It's a really great pleasure to be here and being part of this discussion on education, because education is a key for the future, for innovation, for sustainable development, for any company, for any organization, for any country. I'm totally agree with Professor Andreas, what he mentioned, that it's really, we need more collaboration between academia and industry sector, because industry can bring a practical experience to the classroom. Students, when they see, for example, experts from industry coming and showing exactly what they are doing in real life, how they, in my perspective, in cybersecurity, how they secure products, solutions, they get inspired. And they would like also to know more how real world look like. So let me share a little bit more about what I'm doing at Siemens. I'm leading a cybersecurity organization for 28,000 employees. Our business unit, we are leading cybersecurity for smart buildings and smart infrastructure. So we are producing products, and my cybersecurity organization, we are protecting these products for customers. And let me say you something. For example, I lead several teams, highly skilled, experienced cybersecurity experts, and we just had recently a few open positions in my team. It took us from 4 till 6 months to find the right expert. This is exactly how cybersecurity field is competitive. And it's not only a challenge for hiring, it's a really risk for innovation. Because as we know, without proper cybersecurity, there is no possibility for digital transformation, for innovation. According to World Economic Forum, they say there is near 3.2 million skills gap in cybersecurity. So we are lacking 3.2 million cybersecurity professionals. It's a really sign that we need to act now. And how to act is with the strong collaboration between academia, industry, and public sector. So we really need to come together and understand like how we can approach this topic, how we can help each other. For example, from industry perspective, what we are doing at Siemens, we are going directly into universities, giving lectures. For example, me personally, I gave lectures on cybersecurity and try to inspire more students to join this field. Because cybersecurity, we need to show that cybersecurity is not really only for technical people. Actually, everyone who is curious about technology can come and learn this field. Let me tell you some very nice story. So I went just recently to university. I was giving a public lecture for hundreds of students. They were students from different backgrounds, from psychology to biology to economy and politics.
And after my lecture, what we are doing at Siemens, how we protect our devices, a girl came to me, a student in psychology, and she said, wow, I'm so inspired. Like, I thought cybersecurity is very technical, but you really explain it so well. I wish I met you earlier, then I would maybe join cybersecurity field. And I told her it's never too late. Because, for example, with her psychology experience background, she can really bring amazing knowledge to this field. For example, she can understand how attackers think, right? What's the motivation behind of cyber attacks? So that's why we really need to show that cybersecurity is not only for technical people. And as a visiting professor, I'm also teaching lectures. I'm trying to bring, for example, Siemens devices to the classroom, because when students can practice, for example, to see how this device is working, really to try to hack this device, it really gives the hands-on experience. I was a student myself. I really wish that someone from industry come to my classroom and show me exactly how the real world look like. So, and also another point of what I wanted to touch, that we need to collaborate more with academia because, for example, in cybersecurity field is huge. Yeah, there are so many areas student can learn. And in our particular world, so we are working with industrial systems, yeah? So why cybersecurity is so getting important? Because imagine, there is a hospital, surgery is going on, and someone switched off lights suddenly. What can be consequences? So it's not more digital consequences, it really can be physical, yeah? So it can lead to loss of life. And that's why cyber attacks, they started to growing more and targeting more critical infrastructure. Right now at universities, what I see is they teach still IT security, yeah, how to secure your phone, your computer, but that was relevant, yeah, maybe 20 years ago, where hackers was targeting banking accounts. What right now is relevant, what we see, cyber attacks, they really started targeting critical infrastructures, hospitals, data centers, and this is exactly separate, very different knowledge we need. It's industrial cybersecurity, how to protect the industrial systems. And that's why I'm really believe that this collaboration, when experts coming from industries and really show exactly what kind of knowledge we need from students, that they can be successful after graduation, yeah, to find the job, to work in the company, and this will, I think both worlds will benefit. For example, for industry, for companies, it will save us time to teach students, yeah, on necessary skills to work for the company. And for academia, students will learn much faster because once they experience with real devices, participate in hackathons, for example, and they will really be passionate about what they're learning. So, yeah, at the end, I think we really need to increase the collaboration and every company, every organization, every university can benefit from it.
Thank you, Dr. Aline. I think you've highlighted some of the risks and challenges that the education needs to adapt to, and the importance of also technical skills. So, Professor Amani, I would like to ask you, as a professor and the CEO of Academy 32, in the light of these developments, we know that technical skills are indispensable, and in the age of AI, a lot of people are engaging and learning all these technical skills. So in university or in schools, how are AI tools embedded in the students' daily learning experiences? And with all these development or adoption, how can we make sure that education actually closes the access gap to education rather than to widen it?
Okay, so before I answer your question, Dr. Reem, I really would like to just give one of my points of views when it comes to bridging the gap between education and the industry, which Professor Andreas mentioned, as well as Elena. So I believe that the gap in between these two could be addressed by training institutions, just like what we have in Academy 33. We know that the nature of the universities, like Professor Andreas mentioned, is to give the knowledge and wisdom to students. However, universities should never be so quickly in adapting and changing. That's the DNA of a university. Now, who comes in between? Academies, which have shorter courses, more agile curriculum, if you will, would be able to bridge this gap. Now, if we come to your question, as an example of what we do in Academy 32, of course, AI tools are being used in content generation and assessment, and also conducting courses and programs related to technology and different domains of knowledge. So we do believe that, and this is a belief of anyone who works in education or in research, development, and innovation ecosystems, is that innovation lies in the intersection of sciences. That's why, for example, some of our programs would be interdisciplinary. An example would be a hackathon that is happening now as we speak. It's a hackathon on utilizing AI tools for smart material discoveries to come up with new materials that could be used in the domain of sustainability. This hackathon is in collaboration between CAXT, Academy 32, UC Berkeley, and Humane. And the team from UC Berkeley is headed by Professor Omar Yagi, the first Saudi to win a Nobel Prize in chemistry. So the hackathon, of course, has its own workshops, meetings. Students are now doing the virtual workshops, which brings us to accessibility being offered to everyone. Later on, they will be in campus doing their hands-on experiential work in the labs that we have. We do have more than 100 labs, ranging from semiconductors to satellite to nuclear to biotechnology and so on and so forth. So this is just a simple example. Another way that we use AI for is, it's a very simple example, but it shows and illustrates how we appreciate the efficiency of such tools. We just completed, like 3 weeks ago, a short course for the staff of Academy 32 on utilizing AI tools in their daily operations. So we also take care not only for our business and education, also the staff of the academy as well. A simple example of how technology gave us the tools to increase our outreach would be our GRI and mentorship programs. So every summer, what happens in the academy is that we host niche students from all around the kingdom, and we work on that project with Mohiba. We host them for 4 weeks. It's a full residential program that would have students aging from 14 years old until 17 years old. And we will bring them in campus to work with our top scientists and researchers on projects that they will choose themselves. So our learner-centered approach will start way before those 4 weeks. We match them with the mentors, and then they come on the onboard program for the 4 weeks. After the completion of the program, by end of July, we give 1 month of gap, and then we immediately, in September, kick off our mentorship program, which is a virtual program where we invite students from throughout the kingdom to apply. We match them up again with our scientists and researchers. They'll spend 6 months together working to improve their research skills, innovation skills. They teach them on how to build a proper poster, paper, and so on and so forth. They make sure that they are ready to compete in national competitions, like, for example, IBDAع, which happens every year, organized by Mohiba in February. After that comes the international prestigious competitions, like what happens in ISEF and ITEX. So we've utilized technology to make sure that we reach to everyone in the kingdom, even if they are not, for example, they don't have the means to travel and join the campus in our full-time programs. So those are just simple examples of how we utilize AI, in addition, of course, to what our educators do. So the the educators we have in the academy are not college professors. They're researchers, so it's not their main task to teach. However, we take them through TOT courses and make sure that they have all the knowledge and skills. They, of course, use AI in their daily activities. They use technologies to reach out to their students and so on.
That sounds great. So technology is an integral part.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Professor Andreas, I mean, AI is becoming more, we're adopting it more and more. And we know that technical skills are also the core of at the education in the AI age, or in this age amidst the technological development. But adopting all these, implementing all these changes, what does all these technologies help students learn more about themselves, or more about human values, or about the higher values that that should also be taught in educational institutes?
Thank you for this question. This is a very important question, and I know every educator is thinking hard about it. And actually, it is the question that has driven the way we are approaching education for the 21st century in NEOM. Thinking about the future, thinking about, if I were to rephrase your question, what are the attributes? What are the skills? What are the things that we want our students to have, to possess, in order for them to be able to deal with the uncertainties of the future? And uncertainties that they're going to be responsible to manage, tackle successfully. What is it that we need them to have? And that drives exactly the human-centric approach to education. We look at AI, we say technologies happen, human beings are amazing and at bringing to bear things that are going to support them and augment it as they go about using their mind, their thinking, to do things that prosper the world. So we say, what are those special things? What are those things that we want to impress upon them, and how do we go about teaching them those? And we very quickly identify what these attributes are. I will tell you, when it comes to mindset, curiosity, resilience, passion, the ability to be proactive in looking after things, the ability to work with others, to be very good communicators, to be being able to bring together people to work together, to leverage the fact that they have interests, but others among their colleagues have different interests. And bringing a team together that is very diverse provides them with the opportunity to think differently, but more importantly, address questions that they cannot necessarily address satisfactorily on their own. All of those things are things that drive the way we think about, okay, how do we develop a curriculum and experiences for those students that will have those as learning outcomes for the students of the future? We're thinking about skills. We're talking about skills. We're thinking, okay, these are going to be problem solvers for problems that they have not encountered today. So design thinking, a very important skill to have. Interdisciplinary thinking, critical. Quantitative reasoning. I will tell you, every human being needs quantitative reasoning. We do it unconsciously, subconsciously all the time. And offloading that to AI or to a calculator, it makes no sense. We won't be able to function. So quantitative reasoning is very important for us. I mentioned interdisciplinary thinking because this is also something that we value, given the fact that the future is going to be this fusion of different opportunities and talents and skills that people need to be comfortable to bring to bear and make things happen. So with that in mind, we built what we call our core curriculum, which is a curriculum that is going to be attempted by every student in the university. And when I say core curriculum by every student, it doesn't matter whether you're interested in the sciences or in social sciences or in business and innovation or in the arts. You come together with your fellow students and you spend time working and living together. Again, with learning outcomes, those attributes that I had in mind, thinking about how you, together with others, in a cross-disciplinary way, solving problems that the private sector brings to us, solving problems that an AI companion brings to you, thinking about problems that are above and beyond the today, learn how to become very comfortable and adaptive to learning for things that you're going to encounter later in your life. And I say this because once you have that foundation where students from different disciplines learn to work together and depend on one another for their success, then you can build on these interdisciplinary thematic areas of study. Forget about the traditional curricula. There are enough universities out there that are doing those. I'm not interested in those. I'm interested in curricula that take the expertise and knowledge that the student wants to acquire and blend it with things from other parts of the university. And again, relying on the private sector, relying on the industry, relying on the government to come and say, I want students who, when they graduate, they are going to work with me to develop policies for AI. You name the area where you want to see new ideas flourish. So I want the students to be ready doing that. And these thematic cross-disciplinary areas are the areas that define the way we see the curriculum of the future.
Well, that's very interesting. Thank you for sharing that. Professor Alina, like building on how to prepare the talent for the future, Siemens, Siemens at the forefront of education and forefront of innovation, and continuous innovation, I think, also needs continuous upskilling of the workforce. How do you at Siemens continually upskill your workforce, or also make sure that young people are ready for jobs that may not exist yet?
Thank you for your question. I truly believe that learning, education cannot just stop. Yeah, you are doing once in your life, and then you have a check mark. Yeah, I really believe that learning needs to be continuous through whole of your life, and especially at Siemens, we see it's a huge speed of change. Yeah, we have new technologies, new regulations, new laws is coming, new threats, also cyber attacks. So to be really to staying on top, we need to inspire, motivate our employees to learn continuously. And these employees, it's not only about students who is coming fresh from universities and they need to learn new skills for company to be able to, for example, be successful in their job, but it's all about also experts who has 20 years of experience working at Siemens. They need also to learn because, as I say, new technologies are coming. So we have trainings for everyone. For example, also what is important that senior leadership, they also upgrade their skills and learn some new, for example, cybersecurity. Yeah, there is in recent years I saw there is a huge demand from regulations coming, and they require C-level to have adequate knowledge on cybersecurity. Because at the end of the day, if the cyber attack happens, who is accountable? It's CEO, right? So of course there are cybersecurity experts in our organization who can advise, yeah, on the best way forward, but who accepts the risk? At the end, it's C-level. So therefore, I also, as a visiting professor, I give lectures for MBA and EMBA students, and there are a lot of people who are sitting in the classrooms coming from C-level executives, and it's very inspiring to see people who has 20, 30 years experience, them coming to the classroom because they want to learn. They want to learn about new technologies, about how, for example, be able to protect your company against cyber threats. And I think this mindset we really need to take and also expand to all employees. Imagine if, for example, your CEO of the company come to the organization and speak with employees and saying like, oh, did you know, actually, I had this training in cybersecurity. It's quite interesting. I would really recommend to check it out. What the message he or she brings that people can learn. Yes, they can spend time for this. And this is very important to have this message from the top. If you see that your manager happy to spend few hours to learn, to upgrade his knowledge, and also inspires you, motivates you. So this is exactly the message needs to be sent. And I think also what is very important, that cybersecurity can impact everyone. So we say that cybersecurity, all responsibilities on cybersecurity relies on employees, any employee of the company. Imagine HR, what they can, how they are related to cybersecurity? Well, very easy. For example, if they receive a phishing email and they click the link, then all company can be target. So therefore, it's really important to educate all your employees, starting from for example, engineers, because engineers, they are working on more how to secure devices which you sell to end customers, but also it's important to teach communication teams. For example, how to, if there is a cyber incident, how they can write a letter to that for customers, they understand what happens in the company and how company reacts to the cyber incident. Therefore, everyone in the company needs to have continuous education. And there are multiple programs we are running at Siemens. We have a huge training campaign for people. We have, for example, campaign where we are encouraging everyone, like we are sending creating a phishing emails, yes, and if, for example, employee click on the link, then he needs to train, to upgrade their knowledge. So this is, it should be also included with the gamification. Learning shouldn't be boring. For example, what I'm doing at my MBA classes, I'm really trying to bring practical experience. For example, real use cases of recent cyber attacks which targeted companies. Because that's the way when a person hear about something real, something recent, then learning experience becomes much easier. And then this knowledge he or she can bring directly to the company and maybe share with other colleagues who wants to learn. So I think continuous education needs to be really in the core of every company. For this, what we need? We need, I would say, 3 steps. First, to make education, continuous education accessible to everyone. So not only for students who's coming right from universities, work in the company, but also for all employees, and as well as C-level, senior management. Also, second, what we need time, because if employees, they don't have adequate time for learning, they are really having several deadlines to finish the project, then of course they will not be able to learn. For example, evenings they need to spend with families, with children. Of course they don't have time to learn in the evening. So that's why at Siemens we have a really dedicated time where employees can learn. And third, what is very important, again, collaboration. Collaboration between everyone. For example, if one colleague learns something interesting about cybersecurity or they have questions, they know exactly whom to come and ask these questions and share the knowledge with everyone. So this collaboration between units, between departments, organizations, companies, that makes the difference.
Thank you very much. So I hear that continuing education is not optional anymore, especially for decision makers and for companies. For the next question, I would like to hear each of your perspectives. As we go and we implement all these changes that you've mentioned, I would like just a brief comment from you. What does a resilient learning experience or ecosystem actually look like, and how can government, industry, academia, for students, even at home, how can they collaborate to make this reality and make it happen? Let's start with you, Professor Andreas.
Well, Dr. Rim, let me start by saying that the answer to your question has already been touched upon by the three of us here.
Yes,
I hope
true.
you sense it. You see how we are thinking along the same lines. We are thinking about the fact that we have a role to play, and those roles are complementary. They're not competing, they don't create gaps, as long as that commitment by each and every one of the sectors, academia, the private sector, and of course the training that needs to be happening continuously, come together and share in that responsibility. You heard it from all of us. I mean, what I hear from Siemens tells me that like Siemens, many other companies are going to step up and say, yes, that continuous training is the best investment we can make for our future. The same way that we as universities say, we know where we need to focus. We need to focus to develop that adaptability, that comfort of change and uncertainty, because the private sector, the employers of the future, are going to leverage that for what they want to do with their companies. We also will focus on collaboration and cooperation, people understanding that they do not need to know everything. And also time. You heard me say that, I am a big believer on the fact that knowledge that is not converted into understanding and wisdom is worthless knowledge. And in academia, that's what we believe. We are practicing that, and sometimes we're being criticized for that. But that's, at the end of the day, what benefits the world. And for that to happen, we want these partnerships. We want the employers of our graduates to be very comfortable with the fact that they will be working with individuals who are going to be resilient, adaptable, up to skill with digital thinking, up to skill with collaboration and the ability to work with others, and the rest is going to happen.
Yeah, it's just we just started, and it will follow indeed. Dr. Amani, from your perspective, what does a resilient learning ecosystem would look like, especially in Saudi Arabia?
Okay, so a resilient education ecosystem, in my point of view, would have to be a very agile system, adaptive to change, a system that is ready to unlearn and learn at the same time. Things are moving extremely fast today, and if we still go on with the same speed that we're going on today or previously, historically, we will, let's say, fall in between the cracks. Students today are going with a very high speed. They're not going to wait for us, policymakers, institutions, classrooms to adapt, and then they will catch on. So this is one point of view. Another point of view is, I second what Professor Andreas mentioned of having to include everyone in the ecosystem. The whole canvas of actors who are important players in this ecosystem, starting from families, from universities, schools, policymakers, government, and industry, they must come to realize a common vision of the future, and then how to reach this vision. A very good example that I always remember is the example of how reform happened in the RDI ecosystem in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So in 2021, the establishment of the Supreme Committee for the RDI came into existence, headed by His Excellency, His Royal Highness, the Prime Minister. What follows was the complete reform, coming up with a very well-defined set of rules and regulations for each and every player in that ecosystem. We start at the very top with the policy making, the strategic direction of the committee, and then there was a clear definition of the roles and responsibilities of funding agencies and policymakers, and what follows was the role of executors of that strategic direction, if you will, which included CACs and the universities and so on and so forth. Education is an essential part of RDI that needs to go hand in hand with all the actors. Today, what we do in Academy 32 and what we do in the Kingdom is nothing that could be done by a single individual entity. All what we do today is a complete partnership between all the players and the stakeholders. I will always give an example of the strategic direction of CACs. I was in charge of this task a few years ago, and once we built and completed our strategy, the president of CACs told us, you have to go and get the stamp of all stakeholders. So partnerships are still important, even in education.
Partnerships again. Yeah, I'm almost going to swear by it from, from our chat here. Professor Alina, how does a resilient learning experience or ecosystem to upskill employees in Siemens look like for you?
I think a resilient ecosystem needs really to start with families, yeah, because children, they don't need to be afraid to ask questions, yeah, or for example, they don't need to be afraid to fail, because it's better that they try and fail than they not try at all, yeah, and because once like you fail, second time you fail, but then you succeed in your life. So really, this really starts from families. And then schools, of course, they need to teach students how to learn, not only memorize things, but really how to connect dots, how to also ask the right questions, how to analyze the information. Universities, for example, they can bring industrial perspective, invite industrial experts. They can invite, for example, data analysts or experts in AI, in cybersecurity, in the classroom, and to have really practical knowledge in the classroom. Also industry needs to invest in continuous education, be closer to academia, to public sector, because they can really share this practical knowledge. And at the end, government need to make education accessible to everyone, from small children, students at school, till even people who is retired, because for example, cyber attacks can target anyone, even if a person is scrolling the mobile phone, and he also needs to know exactly what is phishing emails and how it look like. So it really impacts everyone. I think ecosystem is about all the players coming together on the mission to make education more accessible to everyone.
Thank you very much. Just for our final remarks in this panel, I would like a brief sentence or final remarks from each of you as well. If you recommend an immediate action that can be taken this year or next year on how to make a future-proofing learning system in the future, what would your action be? Professor Andreas.
Well, I will invite everybody to come and talk to us about how we're thinking about that in the education system in NEOM. I think it's something very intriguing to learn about. But I want to emphasize one thing. We heard from Siemens. I think the private sector is going to play a significant role. They're the ones who are bringing those new jobs to reality. They're the ones who have the knowledge to say, these are the skills I need. What Siemens is doing needs to be done across the kingdom, across the world, by all companies, if really we want to see the transformation that is happening to turn into prosperity for everyone.
Amazing. Professor Amani.
Okay, so what I think we need today is to have a national framework for AI-empowered educators and learners. We all see the change coming, and we all know that educators are in the center of this change. They are the change makers. I would love to see that we can provide them with technical tools, pedagogy tools, coping mechanisms, just like what Professor Andreas put it, and I like it. There is an anxiety. They feel an anxiety today. So what are we doing to help them hold the hands of our new generation and cross over to the future? I'm always optimistic. Technology have never done anything bad to the future of education. However, we need to learn how to cross the path between today and tomorrow.
Amazing. Thank you so much for your words. Professor Alina.
I think it was very well covered by Professor Andreas, Professor Amani. I can only say that we really need to build partnership, collaboration between industry, academia sector. I think it's really a key for future jobs. There are so much innovation coming, technologies, laws, regulations, threats. We really need to stay collaborative, stay together to be able to address all these challenges and see future opportunities.
Yes, so I think the future of changing or transforming education has already started. We just need to work on the partnerships, the multitudinal partnerships, as you all underscored. I would like to thank you all, my dear panelists. Thank you very much for your conversation. Thank you for being here at the forum, and please enjoy the forum.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Reem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, professors and Dr. Reem, for an engaging and forward-looking discussion on aligning education with the future of skills and innovation. We'll now take a brief break for lunch and reconvene in the main theater right here in the afternoon, just before 2 p.m. Also, I'd like to remind you to check out the forum website and application on sessions that are happening later on this afternoon. They're also across the rooms, across the main centers. We have the Red Sea, Al-Ula, and Neom rooms where sessions are also going to be taking place. We'll see you back here just shortly before 2 p.m.
economy.
Yes.
But it relies on I mean, a strong backbone, the critical mineral that make them possible. But of course, it's not for semiconductors, it's for other sectors, including energy, automotive, aerospace, and others. If you take the semiconductor as an example, the global market of semiconductor stand today at $630 billion US and expected to reach $1 trillion US by 2030. So 25% of this growth driven by AI. So each generation of AI model will require thousands of GPUs. That will require tons of these specialty metals. But I think this is the beginning. The quantum era is coming, and even will require ultra-pure metals with the quantum material market expected to reach 125 billion US dollar by 2040. So there is no doubt these critical minerals are the foundation of every chip, of every sensor, of every smart system that will power our tomorrow technologies.
Of course.
The response of the Saudi Arabia to all these directions and this new trend is guided by Vision 2030.
Yes.
So we are advancing at every front, from exploration, refining and processing, till the high-tech manufacturing. Last year, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources announced our estimate reserves of our mineral resources is around 2.5 trillion US dollars.
Yes.
And so we have great endowments, and they are also announced the national mining program with the aim of maximizing our natural resources, address some supply chain issues associated with some of the critical minerals, and also build the talent and the infrastructure. And also they are working right now on a national plan for critical minerals. So I think we have the endowment, we have the direction. I think what we need now is to embed the innovation as one important enabler to achieve these target of the target of this strategy. So at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology, we by the two arms or the two concepts that we are working on, the national lab, where we focus on applied research, industrially oriented, mission oriented, to serve the national agenda, to provide technical solutions to the private sector, and then the science park, where we try to promote the commercialization through creating the innovation hub by bringing all the key players together, entrepreneurs, scientists, big companies, startups, and that's what we have. The garage, at CAX, and all the startup community actually in the garage, they have full access to our 100 labs. So I would say in the exploration side, of course, we have a couple of initiatives at the national side, led by the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources, and also the Saudi Geological Survey. And in the downstream, we are working actually with our stakeholders actually to make sure we invest in the downstream, but I think we need to embed the emerging technology. I'm talking about AI, robotic, automation actually, to enhance the efficiency of the downstream. At CAX, for example, through a joint work with Ma'aden, we are embed the AI and digital twins actually to map the right deposit with the right metals. So as you performance MRI of the earth. And also we are working with the Ministry of Industry and Mineral Resources through the Mineral and Innovation Acceleration Park. This is the initiative to build the partnership across the super region, and also attract international entrepreneurs and the startups through what we call the mining studio, to bring them focus on bringing the state-of-the-art technology that will sort out the downstream. So by combining our natural resources with the scientific capabilities, with the industrial innovation, I think we can strengthen our backbone, the critical minerals, to sustain our digital brain semiconductors.
100% and agree, and this sets a solid foundation to have Dr. Fernando's point of view. If I may say that globally we've seen the fragile semiconductor supply chain can be. From your perspective, what lessons can be learned from these disruptions, and how might Saudi Arabia play the role of creating more diversified and resilient economy.
Great, thank you. And thanks also for the opportunity to bring some of the lessons and some of the insights that we've had the privilege to hear from our partner companies and governments and different stakeholders with whom we work throughout the year. And very interesting now that you picked to start with the resilient value chains and the resilient ecosystems, because for anybody who's in any part of the economy, growing demand is good news. And it's fair to talk about this endowment on the mineral side, but then the task of building an entire economic ecosystem is quite daunting, it's quite complex, but it's the right time to be thinking how to do it very well from the beginning, right? And to identify some of the areas that have been potentially already manifested vulnerabilities in not only this value chain, but in similar ones. I think the most recent example that we all lived very, just not too long ago, were the disruptions caused by a global pandemic, yes, which were not only a health and a humanitarian crisis, but resulted in a serious threats to our economy.
Yes.
And to translating that kind of endowment of either the mineral side or the hydrocarbon side or anywhere on any value add stage into the social and economic benefit that we expect from this. What we saw was a significant disruption on automotive chains. What we saw was major concerns about responding to demand on all the ancillary technologies. I'll come back to this. So there's a lot to be said about thinking about building resilience from the beginning, thinking of resilience building as a strategic imperative by design as opposed to an afterthought. And in addition to the huge tasks of creating the different stages that are so heavily reliant on advanced technologies, and this crowd and this conference is a good opportunity to really push the boundary and say, this is what is possible, and this is how we're going to break those barriers in the case of the kingdom, to also identify those opportunities for resilience building. The case of the second part of the question on Saudi Arabia, I'll pick on that element of starting from the beginning, thinking of resilience supply chains as a design element.
Yes.
The other elements that we have seen in many cases is a very vertical view of technology is fantastic for pace, but it's a bit risky, because particularly now we see that the confluence of technologies actually is what accelerates progress. So hearing many of you and seeing what many of you are doing on other technologies that are complementary, on AI, on robotics, on machine learning, on big data, those can be made an integral part of the development of this high value add, mineral-based, very advanced economic system, which is semiconductors. The last part that I'd mention is just as strategic is, just as resilience building can be strategic, there's another element which is quite important, which is the diversification of the number of strategies that you have at hand to bring the capabilities that do not exist yet at a sophisticated, mature stage. To go from mineral endowment, from mineral, let's say from an ore, to a functional, ambitious, healthy, be it semiconductor or any of the other areas that you mentioned, Dr. Said, there's a number of capabilities that need to be developed, acquired, translated into this particular chain. And there's a lot to be leveraged from a perspective of the kingdom. You've done it with a number of other chains. There's a lot of leadership in other areas. So great opportunity to leverage those. The barriers of entry of semiconductors as a full version are still quite high. There are many challenges at every stage. The concentration of processing, the barriers on technology and IP for let's say the midstream and the assembly. But what is good news is that there's lots to be picked, and I'm very happy to see the interest that the kingdom has in deploying high science, high technology as an engine of this transformation.
Thank you so much. That's a great point of view in this field. I'll go back to Dr. Saeed and ask if you were to highlight one breakthrough technology or R&D direction that could most effectively reduce dependence on imported refining capacity, what it would be?
Okay, so if I may, I would say it is not a single breakthrough. I would say it is 3 innovation horizons working together to sustain our refining, our downstream independence. So I would say that the near term or the short term horizon is in AI.
AI.
And AI is not anymore future concept, is an immediate action. I think at CACS we are analyzing our geological data and also to identify the right deposits, and also we are optimize our refining routes, identify new combination of materials. So we are doing all this using AI, and in the beginning of this month we launched AI hackathon for material discovery and optimization, and this is a collaboration with University of California, Berkeley and Humane, so and led by Professor Omar Yaghi, the Nobel laureate. So as you know, I mean, through the conventional way, you will need to develop and optimize materials. You need at least up to 2 years. But with the AI, you can conduct it. You can do it with months and even weeks. So we need to embed all these emerging technology in our R&D portfolio to make sure that we could compete with the rapid growth of the technology across the world. So and then the midterm horizon, I would say we need to think of how we could combine extraction and refining at the same place. So there is some technologies, some of it called in situ leaching. So they do the refining and the extraction at the same place. And imagine the ultimate goal in the mining sector, that you will even bring the 3D printing next to the mine. So you will do everything in one place. That will enhance the efficiency, that will reduce the overall operating cost, and also will enhance the environmental footprint. The frontier horizon, I would say, we need to think of quantum, and also to find new materials, alternative materials to some of the conventional material or some of the critical material that has some supply chain issues. So I think we need to think of I think these efforts would redefine how we produce, how we store, how we compute to using new materials instead of new imports.
100% I agree that the power of technology is very important, but you mentioned the footprint and the balancing between protection the environment and also doing this role with the semiconductor ecosystem. Could you tell us if there is, from your point of view, a balance in Saudi economy in dealing with this semiconductor ecosystem and protecting the environment?
So I mean, if you look at the semiconductors, if you look at the value chain of semiconductors, the most added value comes from the design, and then the bottleneck is the fabrication. So and then of course, when you use natural resources, you will expect some environmental footprint issues. So our role at CACS is to develop the right technologies actually that could achieve the target, but taking in consideration the environmental issues. One example that we are working on is we developed AI-driven optimized technology to recycle and transform aluminum to high-grade aluminum, boosting the energy 30%, boosting the strength, 30%, and reduce the associated emissions by 25%, and also reduce the material costs and the energy by 15%. So this is how the new technology, or the power of the importance of the new technology, to make the balance between achieving the target and not compromising the environmental issues.
Thank you, Dr. Saeed. And of course, I agree that the sustainability and taking care of the environment is also a crucial point for Saudi economy in the future. Dr. Fernando, as you look at the international picture, what global cooperation mechanisms are most urgent to ensure we don't fragment supply chain for critical minerals, from your point of view?
Yeah, let me preface my comment with this conversation about global collaboration and global cooperation is bringing us into a bit of a risky situation, because it's tempting to believe that we're abandoning each end of the spectrum. I think what's important is that economies and let's say the businesses that are underpin those economies play glocal. Some of you are familiar with that term. It's being global and being local at the same time.
Global and local together, yes.
So it's not about abandoning the responsibilities that we have with our economies, with our societies, with our national plans, in transition to a global collaboration mechanism that denies those, but it's also the case of not turning into a full global collaboration and abandoning the responsibilities that we have societies. There's a combination of those two, and when we look at global collaboration, is not in place of the, let's say, the domestic sovereignty responsibilities that each one has. What do we hear, though? But we do hear an interest in opportunities for collaboration. We do hear that many recognize as a need to ensure that these activities remain productive, remain beneficiaries at a global level, beneficial at a global level. So there is an interest in different modes of collaboration. Some of the most salient models that we are now seeing in our communities, for example, the creation of, let's say the most accessible one is data and transparency. To what extent can different players at a global level benefit from a common repository of the data that benefits all? To some extent, other areas, energy as an example, in a way benefit from a little bit of visibility. The upstream geological deposits, for the most part, are well known. How much of that can be transferred? That's a potential opportunity for collaboration at, let's say, data and information transparency. That's one. The other is we hear even the interest in creating a trust. Some of you may have heard already that they're proponents of a global trust of minerals to make sure that at least there's a backing of the global system in some materials. I'll expand from minerals materials that can be beneficial in multiple areas of the economy. There are questions about a potential mechanism under the United Nations, under UNEP, similar to the UNEA efforts, to what extent they can be collaboration.
It's not yet.
It's not yet.
Established.
There are questions. I'm just going to replicate the question. There is such a thing as the International Energy Agency. How come there isn't an International Materials Agency?
Why not? Yes.
And again, we're not advocating for yes, no. We're hearing this from so different models that are already starting to permeate the dialogue. And what is important is to try to extract the beneficial features of each one and be willing to be part of an effort of utilizing the multilateral, the intergovernmental, the relationships that economies have with others as a way to uplift standards, as a way to share information openly, and as a way to ensure that the vulnerabilities of these chains do not manifest and choke our economy and choke our benefits. So I think we're going to see more. We as an organization are very happy to host a number of these dialogues and invite all of you to be part of them when we explore opportunities for a global collaboration mechanism in the space of materials that can be beneficial and still be aligned to the national direction, still be aligned to the directions that companies have as a way to optimize the entire system.
It's a great opportunity to be studied and to be under the research of it's feasible or not for the whole economy, I was thinking that it could be also very beneficial for the competition between countries about these minerals if there is an arm on that.
So another word that goes with local is co-opetition, that many of you have also seen and utilized. It's both, right? We can still be aspire to be competitive. We can still aspire to establish, and there is room for this collaboration space. So.
Great. Let me try to connect both perspective, Dr. Saeed and Dr. Fernando, and ask one questions to have local and international point of view on how can Saudi Arabia move from being a raw material supplier to becoming an integrated innovation hub. We can name it as a mine-to-ship model. Dr. Saeed.
Okay, so I would say the true value actually in critical minerals, not only owing the resources, but owing how to refine, how to process them. So I think we need to integrate vertically. We need to make sure all our plans cover the whole value chain and build the capability on the downstream, mainly, I mean, in the mining sectors. And make sure to build the talent capacity, the right infrastructures actually to support the downstream. This is the first thing. Second thing, I think we need to localize and develop new technologies, and that could be through attracting entrepreneurs and startups actually to on the deep tech to invest in these state-of-the-art technology to sort out some issues related to the downstream. And I would say 3 is to anchoring the innovation into the industrial need. So we need to direct our R&D and innovation to the need of the industry.
Yes.
So we need to create this, I would say, feedback loop, so we can work together with the industry to identify the challenges and find the right solution to them.
I agree, Dr. Fernando.
So I'll start by saying and.
And?
No, so absolutely true. I think very, very much aligned with these lines. I'll focus on maybe 2 additional lines of thought. One is what can be leveraged? What can be leveraged by the kingdom at this point that already exists here that would play in favor of this opportunity of capitalizing mineral wealth and turning into a different wealth. There's lots of things that can be leveraged. I think leveraging the geography, the geographical location of the kingdom. There's a number of economies that are going to be in that process of developing that can benefit from it, that can be partners in technology transfer. So that's one thing that has worked in many other areas, and it's not to be underestimated as a hub for not only the minerals but the innovation. I think leveraging the moment in which the kingdom is with a great attention for further investment, for deploying science and technology to this, it's more than being opportunistic, is realizing that growing demand, that this excitement that exists around AI and information technologies can be leveraged. Not every value chain enjoys the same level of excitement and the same level of attention globally that this one does. I think exploiting a little bit or leveraging the credibility that the kingdom has been building and continues to build in the international arena, leveraging the experience that you have on the hydrocarbon sector, the way in which we've been able to tie talent development with the sophistication of the oil and gas sector is something that can be replicated in the case of mineral to, let's say, mineral-based wealth. So there's a number of elements that already exist here. I have a laundry list, but I'll focus on those now because looking a bit inside. Now, looking outside, there's a series of other elements, and you have to wonder if this is a good moment for adopting a new visible leadership role for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia globally.
Yes, I would add we can also rely on the ambitious and the passion that the youth has in Saudi Arabia, and they are really willing to know to learn new idea, new technology, and they are willing to even enter field they were not there before. It's great to have scientific innovation, sustainability, and investment opportunity also to have this on one platform. Before we close, I'd like to hear one sentence from each of you to answer what is the single most important step that the world should take to secure resilient and sustainable mineral to semiconductor supply chain by 2030.
I would say one, and I will leave the rest.
Did you say one sentence or one word, just to make sure?
One sentence.
Okay.
Did I say word? No,
Yeah,
one sentence.
yeah. So in my opinion, two main things. The first one is partnership and collaboration. I think this is very important actually to build the right collaboration with other. I mean, with the globally and also locally. Actually, yes. I think this is one thing that will sort out some challenges associated with the value chain of the critical mineral till achieving the further downstream semiconductor and other sectors. So this is the first one. The other one is to embed the fourth industrial revolution technologies in our ecosystem to make sure that we create resilient and intelligent ecosystem. So I think these are the two things that's in my mind.
Dr. Fernando.
That was a very long sentence. I would also say that thinking systemically is probably the best bet for this overall development. And systemically, I'll expand a bit that there's industrial policy, there's a Vision 2030. There are a number of things that seem to be a bit outside of the growth prospects of an industry that goes from mineral wealth to semiconductors, when in reality, the system is much more than that. The infrastructure, the port infrastructure, having access to energy. So there are a number of ancillary elements that are going to be needed, and thinking about that as a whole system is probably the best bet. Yes. And the one element in that system that I'll stress, it's not lack of finance, it's not lack of good projects, there will be that. It is human capital.
Human capital.
Ultimately, to get to the level of translating all those technologies and translating the investment, translating the minds into good stuff goes through people and through good people. So I would think about it systemically and put a good spotlight on the human capital of that ecosystem.
I agree. Dr. Saeed, Dr. Fernando, thank you so much for sharing such insightful and inspiring perspective. I think we are at the end of this session. It's 3:40 now, and I believe that today's conversation highlighted how strategic minerals are no longer just commodities. They are catalysts for innovation, sustainability, and national security. We explored how Saudi Arabia is developing capabilities in exploration, refining, and advanced technology, and how these efforts connect to global cooperation for balanced, transparent materials ecosystem. The message is clear. The future belongs to those who combine knowledge and responsibility, who mine not just for minerals, but also for ideas and innovation. Thank you so much for being with us today, and it is my honor and pleasure to have this 30 minutes with you today. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Nadia, and our distinguished speakers for their insightful discussions on how Saudi Arabia is strengthening its position across strategic minerals and semiconductor value chains, building a foundation for long-term industrial competitiveness. We're going to take a brief break and reconvene at 4 p.m. for the next panel. Okay. Next, overcoming supply chain challenges, AI, automation, and localization. Examines how artificial intelligence and automation are transforming global logistics and manufacturing, in the process, making operations smarter, more productive, and resilient. Moderating this panel, we have Faisal Hamadi. He's the managing director and partner of Boston Consulting Group. We also have Professor Janet Gotzel, Dean of Libero University. We have Dr. Fatma Bouathman. She's the CEO of FI Holdings Saudi Arabia and board member of Global Center for AI Excellence in London. We also have Saleh Al-Subay. He's the Vice President of Technology, Strategy, and Architecture at the Saudi telecom company STC. Please give them a round of applause and join me in welcoming them to the stage.
Good evening and welcome everyone. I want to start about giving a little bit of a briefing for our session before we introduce our panelists and get going into a bit of a flow for supply chain resilience. I want to start by saying that we're living in a moment where supply chains are no longer just operational backbones, but they're strategic frontiers. Last year, companies globally reported around 8% annual revenue loss due to supply chain disruptions. However, on the other side, only 6% of them report that full end-to-end supply chain visibility is fully integrated in their operations. As we look into this, technology is not anymore optional. It's not for survival. It's rather a strategic imperative. The global market for AI and automation in supply chain is roughly around $20 billion today, growing at 45% CAGR over the next couple of years. As such, we're going to start to speak about this very critical and important topic, and we'll speak about it as it stands today, the reason why we need to tackle this topic very strategically today, but also how it evolves over the future. With me is here today Mr. Saleh Subay. He's the VP of Technology, Strategy, and Architecture at STC. Professor Janet Godswell, she's a Professor of Operations and Supply Chain Strategy and Dean of Business School. And Dr. Fatma is the CEO of FI Holdings in Saudi and a board member of the Global Center of AI Excellence in London. So I'd welcome all of you, and maybe we get started with our panel. I want to get us through, let's say, 3 chapters of today. First, starting by kind of the urgency of why this is needed, right? Like it's often said that there is a new reality of resilience, risk, and reinvention. We're entering an era where shocks are the norm, not the exception. So this is the business as usual. And you're smiling, so I guess you will have a lot of good examples around this as we speak. And equally with technology, geopolitics, sustainability, there's a lot of forces that are even putting more pressure on these aspects as we speak. So the question is not whether we do it or not. It's the question is how fast can we adapt to this new reality. Maybe Mr. Saleh, I'll start with you, and I would ask you please to elaborate a little bit around how is AI and the next generation of digital infrastructure and technologies are transforming the operations across supply chain.
First of all, thank you for having me. I think the Center of Fourth Industrial Revolution provides a center of gravity for such discussions around profound changes that will impact our industrial movement. When it comes to AI and digital transformation in general, I think we need to go back to the core of the question. The supply chains of today are not addressing today's consumer needs. Being reactive, linear, and simple is ignoring the fact that consumers' demands and sentiment for experiences is growing day by day, specifically with the explosion of data, interaction, and inflection points into the experience. With the huge volatility that is happening, the huge amount of data that is available, this is providing a challenge for the current supply chains to meet that expectation. AI, digital infrastructure, and other technologies do play a massive role into the intended transformation. And as you said, research and survey are clearly outlining that supply chain today is being marked as a forefront of competitiveness. It's not the backbone, back office of a business. We see three main drivers for such transformation. It starts with the 360 understanding of context through the explosion of computation at peripherals, IoTs, and other technologies that do provide insights about the customer engagement at the customer premise or at the point of engagement, be it a port, factory, warehouse. That huge amount of data is providing a massive opportunity for a transformation from insight to foresight, because the current business intelligence and analytics that is running today is lagging behind because it's not looking at the feeds that are happening on daily, monthly, hourly inputs to the business. That foresight is a great ability to the supply chain itself to be more perceptive, more resilient, being able to adjust on the fly. The third imperative that is driving this transformation is the ability to act locally, instantly, specifically with the availability of edge technologies. So at the port itself, at the shop itself, at the farm itself, an action can be triggered instantly and locally. So the merge of those three trends is creating a profound transformation. In Saudi, we are blessed to have clear vision around where we want to be. Global logistical hub. We have the backbone of technologies that are supporting, and we have the interest of moving from piloting to executing. And we already have some great examples about use cases that are running on a national-wide spectrum. So it's the combination of those, and I always love to say that today's technologies are meant to address yesterday's problem. Today's problem will push us to evolve toward tomorrow's technologies that we need to employ. And that's I think, the race between technology and business progression and transformation that's happening.
Thanks a lot, and I really like your point about from insight to foresight, right? Like that's kind of how do you push the frontiers from given the technology. And I want to use that point and ask you, Janet, if you don't mind, around from your experience, how are the leading supply chain players globally embedding those type of technologies that Saleh spoke about now to enhance their operations and to also make it more resilient? If you can elaborate more on this.
Good afternoon, everybody. We were just joking that I've come to Saudi Arabia to feel colder than I do in the UK. That's just in this room, but I think I've had a very warm reception in your country, and I'm very grateful to be here. I'm going to start by actually asking a slightly controversial question, in that we want to use technologies like AI in our supply chains, yet the majority of supply chains I see are very, very poorly run, or actually very, very poorly defined. So does anybody, we're going to ask for some audience participation to try to liven you up. Does anyone know the year that supply chain was first formally defined? Any guesses? Just shout out. Okay, I'll raise a show of hands. Do you think, put your hand up if you think that supply chains were first defined in the 1970s? Anybody? 1970s? 1980s? Anyone for the 1980s? Yeah? 1990s? No, a few hands there. It was actually first formally defined in 1982. And the thing about supply chains is, I am sure in Saudi you're far more, in the kingdom you're far more informed. But supply chain actually has 5 main processes. It's about planning, it's about procurement, it's about manufacturing, it's about logistics, and it's also about those reverse processes that might help to make an economy more circular. And the supply chain operations reference model, the SCORE model, which is now owned by Apex, would suggest that we should always manage our supply chains from our customer's customer to our supplier's supplier. Yet, actually, if you go into most organisations and ask them to define supply chain, there isn't a common understanding. Probably the most dominant definitions of supply chain, you see this a lot in automotive and aerospace, is people use the word supply chain when they mean managing their supply base. Yeah. So it's like procurement. Other people say supply chain when they mean logistics. So they're just talking about warehouses, road transportation, maybe shipping. Yeah. More often than not, it nearly always excludes manufacturing, which tends to be a different field. And people rarely talk about planning. Exactly. Yet planning is the glue that holds a supply chain together. And actually, it's really in that planning sphere, which is where we would see digital technologies really bring things together. So my first quest to all of you would be, go back to your organisations. Just at the next meeting that you go to, ask everyone in the room just to write down a definition of supply chain. Because I reckon you'll get a different answer from everybody. And that's maybe the first thing you need to fix in your organisations. Now, I was very fortunate to work for Dyson years ago, I'm very old, when they were a scale-up organisation. And I was employed initially to design a manufacturing or make manufacturing better, but I realised that for Dyson to be a successful business, they needed to, first of all, understand customer demand, because all of their customers were over-ordering the retailers because they made lots of money selling Dyson's products. And because Dyson had quite an unusual product at the time, most of the suppliers that had started to work with them were small SMEs who didn't have the capability to scale up. So Dyson, in order for Dyson to be successful, we could only make more vacuum cleaners if we could understand true demand, but we could work with the supply base to increase supply. And that's what got me into what I call end-to-end supply chains. So ultimately, I think what we're all trying to achieve is that end-to-end supply chain. And actually, back in 2018, working with a software provider, we looked at a digital supply chain readiness tool. And when we looked at what the nirvana would be, essentially that nirvana would be sort of a level 4 of maturity, would be a proactive end-to-end business optimization with total ecosystem visibility. So this end-to-end view really is at the forefront of this nirvana. However, when we did this study back in 2018, we defined 4 levels of digital supply chain maturity. The first was really a very basic level where we called it about visibility, so just getting end-to-end visibility, and you could report departmentally. The second phase was predictive, and this was about how you might be able to look at efficiency, but really of those functions like procurement, planning, manufacturing. Level 3 was about being prescriptive. So this would be dynamic end-to-end business optimization. And level 4 was self-learning, autonomous and this proactive end-to-end business visibility. Back in 2018, what percentage of manufacturers, so we surveyed about 150 manufacturers from across the world, only about 13% of manufacturers then thought they were at level 3 maturity, and it was thought that by 2023 that might increase to 31%. And actually, in terms of AI adoption, level 3 would still only be relatively limited, machine learning and AI, because actually at the heart of every supply chain is the ERP system.
Very interesting, and I think you touched on a point that we spoke how this is moving from insight to foresight, so there's a better way of how this is coming. You speak about how you want to make it end-to-end, potentially real-time. So I wanna move to you, Dr. Fatma, and just ask, in the today's evolution of how the innovation is happening within the AI and automation space, and within the R&D that's coming in, what's coming up next for us to explore further, better, more efficient, or what's the next frontier is in this regard?
This is an excellent question, and it comes to continue what is happening for the present exactly with supply chain. Out of my experience, I started with supply chain in 2017. At that time, supply chain was based on historical pattern and has nothing to do with any prediction that can assist or help or tell exactly what's going to happen. So nowadays, with AI, there is a paradigm shift that is happening with supply chain, with the new models that we can focus on. For example, I'm going to mention 5 models, at least. The reasoning model, which focus on prediction, thinking, and reasoning. And in the past, there was not possible to have any supply chain that would reason and predict at the same time. Nowadays, these models are already achieving 83% of what a PhD student can solve problem. Second model is time series foundation, and this is really something marvelous because it delivers 95% forecast accuracy, allowing deployment to be in 5 minutes rather than 6 months. And this is something really abnormal. The third model is agent AI, and everybody's hearing now about agent technologies and the type of agent technologies. But these systems don't just predict, they act automatically. And when they act automatically, they can deliver shipment, for example, in 3 minutes instead of 3 hours, which can, for example, save lots of money when it comes to annually cost of. The fourth model is multimodal AI. And when we talk about multimodal AI, we're talking about text, videos, and other kinds of data that can be dealt together at the same time. And with this model in particular, it is possible to specify the defect where it is, point it out, and exactly it can be treated at that level. So the fifth one is the causal AI. And this one, it tells us why the delay is happening and when and how we can deal with it. So this kind of model that exist for the time being, they are considered to be very important for any supply chain to be implemented. And of course, this is, will lead us to predicting intelligent revolutionary system that would be able to be adapted by different researcher and different manufacturer. This is not the end of the story. Whoever is going to adapt these kind of techniques, they will be the dominant, they will be able to be ahead of anybody else in the industry. So we are already there in supply chain, and it is very important to understand which model, which AI model to pick up to support the goal that is needed.
So it seems that there is a lot happening, a lot going on, a lot of new innovations are coming into play. You mentioned agentic AI and a number of others. very recently, a couple of days ago, I think Amazon was, which is one of the leading companies in this topic, right, is announced that they would have a plan to cut like a third of their workforce by optimizing automation in their supply chain. And they've even like over the next month or so said that there is 20 to 30,000 employees that would be replaced by automation. So they are very bold targets going forward, very decisive action even on the shorter term, right? And maybe I want to pose a question to all of you, and just like feel free to pitch in, is we're speaking about the why, and it seems that some actors are trying to embrace this a little bit more. They're beyond the predictive analytics era, right? So it's moving in, and you mentioned a number of these. But how do we imagine this in the future in the roles of a human, for example? Do we need to consider humans in the loop? Are there any ethical implications? Are there any friction points that would happen between the humans and the machine during this part? I'll just keep this question open and feel free to pitch in.
I'll take a shot first. I think just talking on steps of what Professor Jan said and Dr. Fatima said, it's very profound to understand the context of the supply chain that we are trying to change. It's not the procurement activity, that's a subset of a larger set. And it's also very important to understand the application of technology, as Dr. Fatima said. It's what technology used to address what problem. If you look at it from that perspective, then eventually the only solution that you'll get is an understanding that the objective of using technology within the supply chain is to address the resilience, not the cost efficiency.
Yes.
Because what impacts the supply chain, if you look at the recent history of COVID, what happens afterwards, was actually the fact that a pure look to cost optimization on a critical business process such as supply chain created a fragile supply chain that started impacting sovereignty in some cases. If you look at the masks case and other cases, if you look at the chipset now. So the idea is we actually automate for inefficiency, not for getting rid of cost. So it's that inefficiency that you want out of system. And it's compounded into three main parallels that are happening all at the same time. A relook at the operating model itself. An organization or a service provider need to understand how could we look better? How could we interact better? Then eventually a relook at business processes, data, interactions. How can we make the journey smoother so we can interact with technologies of robotics and so on? The last and usually the most forgetting part is around planning. How do we plan for the workforce? How do we reutilize the workforce? How do we upskill the workforce? How do we forecast that into overall business cycles? So it's the combination of those.
Very nice. You wanted to comment as well?
Yeah. Just to add, I think it's really important when people talk about AI is going to replace jobs, that they're much more specific about the actual tasks or jobs that they're going to replace. So again, I would encourage each of you to think about your businesses and the processes within the supply chain. So each of you could use technology to improve one of those 5 core processes: planning, procurement, manufacturing, logistics, or your return process. But since the late 1990s, we've also recognized that businesses have 3 core business processes: new product development, customer relationship management, and most businesses, they're quite well defined, but they forget that actually supply chain management, that end-to-end piece, was that 3rd business process, and that is the one that we've yet failed to truly manage end to end. If we actually look at many organisations, if we're going to build resilience, which I totally agree with, we often talk about the 3 R's of resilience, which is if there is a disruption, how you respond, how you recover, and how you reorientate. But people forget about the first R, which is how do you resist it? And you resist it by actually adopting, in the first instance, good management practice. And that actually means you need to adopt the principles of good supply chain management. Now, I fully concur the algorithms and new approaches. I wonder if they can be a part of the issue we have in supply chains. But once you understand the jobs where there's humans in planning, we as humans, we suffer from something called myopic loss aversion. So during COVID, many of us perhaps rushed out to buy toilet paper because we were worried that it was not going to be on the shelves, or other things in different countries. In the UK, it was toilet paper we were worried about. But actually, that's because we as humans, as a result of behavioural economics, fear loss more than gain. And so if we think we're going to lose out, it's like fear of missing out, we overreact and we interfere. So I think AI has a really good opportunity to sit alongside the human, to be able to augment those processes, to perhaps help correct that overreaction and provide advice and guidance. I also think quite often a computer-driven forecast or prediction will be better than a human, but the human needs to know that if something were to go drastically different, that again, the system would intervene to say, I don't understand what's going on, I now need some human insight. So I fully concur, we need to think about our systems and design them for not just productivity or cost, but to be resilient, to be sustainable, as well as being productive. And to do that is going to be a combination of human-machine interface, but you don't talk in meta statements. Think about your businesses and how they really run. Look at the processes in detail. Think about that end-to-end supply chain process and how humans and machines can work together to better achieve those end objectives.
Can I add? Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. I think it's not fair to blame AI for unemployment. Can you come up with any country right now that has no issue about unemployment globally? Can you come up with this? Anybody? I don't think so. You can? I don't think so. So the unemployment issue is existing even before AI. And in my opinion, could it be treated? I would say yes, it can be treated using AI. All right? How? That would require different process. Okay? But when it comes to AI, is AI replacing AI and automation together, replacing human? I would say yes. It's also replacing human. But according to the latest reports, there is about 170 million jobs are being created using it through AI. And this is enough to, if the AI has been taken seriously in training and upscaling and understanding exactly where to be used and how and what to be, where to be used and how to be used. So it's not about just having AI training, but we need to be more specific in what to train using AI, what type of AI is needed, what is necessary and what is not necessary to learn. Okay. Now, again, looking back at this unemployment with AI, is it possible to be overcome? Yes, it can be. But this needs a collaborative effort from the different stakeholders, business, governments, and they need to focus exactly on what the jobs and how these jobs should be mapped with qualification. Otherwise, there will be a big issue with unemployment. Now, the next thing that we need to think of, is it going to remain the same for the next 30 or 20 years? No, AI is going to move further, and it's going to take more jobs. And this by itself is making lots of employers unhappy when they think that someday or the next day algorithm is going to take over their jobs and what should be done. Now, considering this, problem, I think we need to find a solution. And this solution, it's not going to come out of nowhere, but it has to come from AI itself in collaboration with human.
Yeah. I think a lot of good points made, and I maybe noted that you brought a point around the platform, you brought a point about the people, and you brought a point about the process, right? So you're coming from the 3 R's to the 3 P's somehow in this transformation. I think the next piece of discussion I want to shift into is, as we spoke about how this topic is evolving and how important it is, we want to maybe speak briefly about how to do it, right? So how does that transformation happen? I think you started with few cues to say, we often advocate the 10-20-70 rule, right? To say in these type of automation, AI transformations, you need to think 10% on the models and the algorithms and 20% on the data, but a big 70% on the people, process, change management, organizational changes. This is where the real change would happen. It's not only on the first part. And maybe, Saleh, I come back to you and say, from your experience or from some of the case studies that you have looked at, what would you expect around the how factor in these automation, the transformations?
So, again, I've been in technology for the past 20 years, and I can tell you with confidence that technology is less than 20% of the problem on this. Technology is an enabler. The core, from what I've seen, is a set of activities that need to happen. First of all, the re-evolution on the business model itself. The operating model of the organization need to rethink supply chain, as Professor Janet have outlined. It's a core understanding to understand that supply chain is a forefront competency. And I usually throw an example that's very simple. If you are today on need to buy anything, which platform you will pick? You will pick the platform that mostly will be able to deliver to you on timely manner, not necessarily the cheapest. Because eventually you can find the same item on the digital marketplace with different providers. But always when you see the price drop and the brand is not known for quality, you start getting skeptic. Is it going to come? Is it going to arrive? Is it going to be arriving on the safe side? So eventually it has to do with the intent of transforming the business itself, revolving around supply chain as an advantage, not as an operation cost. With that, you need to look at the way that supply chain is being operated. Today, technology do support the action on premise, locally at the point of influx or interaction. So at the ports, you have IoTs that can help tracking parcels and packages and help with the port operation. For fleet management, route management, you have IoTs that can help along with sensory capability of map management, problem solving, and short distance problems. Eventually, you can address that collectively. So it's a relook on the operating model, then eventually outlining the key set of problems that would require technology to fix. Then the last and most important thing is to plan. What to address when? What is the priority that you need to address? Because definitely today we are having a full autonomous, in Saudi, full autonomous warehouses. But again, the idea is you don't reach to that level till you fix the whole business process from the moment that you interact with your consumer to the moment that you end the consumer of the consumer. I like that term. So it's that journey. And within that whole process, technology should be the least worry because it's the reflection on the business, it's the reflection on the engagement that matters more than how technology can be used to enable.
And that's the biggest pitfall typically for organizations going through this transformation, right? Whether it's in supply chain or beyond, but you often find a lot of focus being placed on technology and also on automating existing processes as is with the current technology rather than, as you and Janet mentioned, rethinking your end-to-end process, reimagining how the flow will look like, and then saying, how do I apply a new operating model that embeds humans and machines together in a way that can be,
and
symbiotic.
as far as you brought this, it reminded me of a quote that I've heard. It's not anymore the largest, the biggest. It's the most intelligent that will survive. So eventually, you need to be very intelligent around the way that you address your problems.
Yes.
That's very nice. Any also reflections, Dr. Fatma, from your side?
Yeah, I would like to add just 3 more points here. When we think about implementing AI, we need to think about real-time speed. We need to think about goals, what needs to be achieved. And third, we need to be more focused on how intelligent the system has to be in order to achieve what we want. And number 4 is, what are the components of intelligence needed to make that system function as expected? So supply chain requires blockchain and different kind of components that is not easily dealt with, but it needs to be put together in an engineering way that designed properly following design principle. And I would go to the WIF design principle that has been approved for AI and to be implemented in any developed system for the future.
Maybe, Janet, to you, final thought on this topic before we move on to our final section is to, you've made a couple of studies back, few years back you mentioned, and then you also study supply chain for a number of leading players, let's say. What do you think they're doing differently on the how? We spoke about the operating model, the process, all of that. What do you think the things that differentiate, the ones that do it well versus not?
So I think sometimes one of the most limiting factors of an organization is having shareholders and having to respond to the stock market. And so actually some of the people that I see doing it most well perhaps have a different ownership structure, which enables them to take a longer term or different perspective.
Ignoring the shareholders, basically?
Not necessarily ignoring the shareholders, but they're perhaps... I once wrote an academic paper called Fudging the Supply Chain to Hit the Numbers, 7 things analysts should know. I think they're not having to do that short-term stuff to protect their supply chain. So that aside, so that's number one thing.
I'm glad you're not on the stage of FII today. I think this would have had a different reaction.
I would agree that a lot of the work that we're seeing, and this is fantastic to see the 2030 vision of Saudi, but I think a lot of the organisations that are doing this really differently, they do take a different approach to their looking at their business models. So they tend to perhaps start by more thinking about where they want their business to be in the future, and then start to work backwards to think about how what that business model could be. And actually those business models tend to have 3 components that are quite different to how they are now. One of which is that they don't just take a firm perspective, they take an ecosystem perspective. And that ecosystem is not just themselves and their suppliers or their customers, it might include tangential partners like energy providers, banking and financing, insurance, recycling, so that they're looking at it from a truly ecosystem perspective, because that's going to support the second dimension, what you see in these new business models, that they tend not to be linear, they tend to be more circular. And that's because we are in a resource-constrained world, and if we are going to better balance the societal, environmental goals, we have to take the 3 into account. Which brings me to the third point, which is those business models are also what we call cooperative. So where we struggle to be collaborative, that's because usually the finances get in the way, because we can't work out what the... so actually cooperative is about being more mindful that actually everybody needs to be able to take value out of the collaboration, and being a bit more honest about what that is to create a state of coopetition. So those businesses take that approach, and so therefore they approach going about it with a different set of partners and in a different way. And perhaps what they're starting to look at too, quite often in traditional supply chains, the OEM So whether that be the retailer or the original equipment manufacturer at the head of the chain tends to optimize their business and use the technology to optimize their business. Successful visions of the future, and again in Saudi you've started to develop sort of regional development zones, is to take more of that regional development zone or ecosystem perspective, where what you're trying to do is optimize the performance of that zone and use the technology to support that, rather than the individual firms within it. And this, we've got a sort of vision that you'd have a region as a factory, as opposed to a region having many factories within it. So it's quite a different mindset, but I think quite aligned with the way that Saudi Arabia has started to choose to develop its industrial strategy.
So in summary, let's say it's moving from one to many, from being linear to being circular, from being siloed to being connected. I think that's a good wrap up for the three parts. I would just want to wrap us up with our final kind of thoughts and talks on this section, is to say, we've spoken about the urgency, we've spoken about the how. As we look into the future, moving from the execution to the evolution, what would tomorrow look like? I want to just give each one of you the floor for 2-3 minutes to explain, based on what we have discussed today, how do you see the future of this topic going forward? What are the most critical moments or critical components that you need to focus on today to be prepared for the future?
I wouldn't say future, I would say tomorrow. I think we're already seeing a massive movement toward autonomous in different shapes, forms, and ways at different industries. We have been working with the Center for the Industrial Revolution on, for example, researching drones with heavy lifting, regulatory and also performance, how it can operate, what technologies are there. We have seen some partnerships signed recently between some service providers that are willing to infuse on the delivery parts IoT sensoring capability. We have seen also during events in Hajj how self-operated network are playing massive role into accommodating to cloud's need, accommodating to mission critical needs, assuring that operation, maintenance, spare parts, and the whole ecosystem is working, specifically during intense weeks such as Hajj and other activities. So we are seeing already the early adopters movements and steps, how it's shaping up. I think what will drive this, and the way to envision future, would be around full autonomy and reduction of interaction between a service requester and a service provider. Today, if you look at the platform businesses, it run through multiple intermediary and brokers. Tomorrow, it will be seamless to the consumer. The experience need to be better, need to be managed. The focus will be more toward managing that experience rather than managing the transaction. If you look at it today, we are managing transaction. It moved from warehouse to delivery house, delivery agent, consumer house. Tomorrow, focus will be more into the experience of the consumer from ordering to receiving, trying to omit the details inside and provide the experience on top of that.
Well, I think the most urgent, probably, step or thing to think of is whether to go full-fledged with supply chain or wait and see what is going to happen. In the case of the kingdom, we see that Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has been investing a lot in supply chain, and they have already made the decision to go through it and not to focus only on oil, but also to consider supply chain and infrastructure in the future as part of the income for Saudi Arabia. However, there is something very important at the individual level also, and for business, is whether the business, at the business level, whether they would like to invest and go through what has to be done with Saudi vision, or they would like to wait and see what's happened. And this, for business, this will be a very risky choice if they decided to wait and not to be involved with Vision 2030. So the most important thing is just to decide which way to go and what type of technology that has to be that has to be implemented, and how much investment has to be utilized for such platform.
And act now.
Yeah.
So I'm slightly idealistic. I think if we look, when people talk about Industry 4, we have to remember that that was a term generated by Professor Kahneman at the Hanover Fair to depict German manufacturing strategy as they came out of the global economic crisis, and is now a word that we even have centres created around. But actually what's perhaps changed in this next stage of our industrial evolution is that we are now crossing our planetary boundaries, and across the world and within our own individual countries, we see increasing societal inequity. So business models are very important, and I think what we need to be able to do both at a national level and within our manufacturing ecosystems is to rethink growth, and to rethink growth in a way that better balances the environmental, the societal, and the environmental. And global value chain design is critical to that. Raw materials only come out of the ground in certain countries. We then need to convert them into their earlier stage materials in certain places that would be most optimum. And as we start to look at when we then convert them into components and finished goods, the chances are that will get closer and closer to end market. And as we seek to keep things in their highest possible value state and adopt a more circular economy, then that could be very, very localized. I think it's really, really important that we all start to think about how we rethink growth in a way that better balances those three elements, and therefore think about how we play a part, both as our nations and our individual companies, and us within those companies, to responsibly re-globalize.
Fantastic. I'd like to thank you all for this insightful discussion. Thank you again for being here, and thank you everyone for being such a great audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our moderator and distinguished speakers for this thoughtful exchange on building the next generation of adaptive technology-enabled supply chains. We're going to take a brief break and reconvene exactly at 5 p.m. for our final session of the day. Welcome back. Our final discussion for today is Converging Frontiers, how advanced sciences are forging future economies. The session explores how emerging fields such as quantum, biotech, space, and advanced materials are combining to create new industries and economic models. Please join me in welcoming to the stage, firstly, our moderator, Tammy Boy, consultant at 17A. Joining her is Jeremy Jurgens, the Managing Director and Head of the Forum Center for Frontier Technologies and Innovation and Center for Cybersecurity, World Economic Forum. We also have Dr. Talal Sideri, Senior Vice President for Research and Development at King Abdulaziz City for Science and Technology. Also, Professor Tristan Farrow, Vice President for Research and Innovation and Head of Innovation Services at Neo University. Lastly, we have Dr. Huda Al-Fardos, Chief Executive Officer for Health Genome.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for coming out to our last session of the day. We promise we'll conclude our first day with a lot of energy. It is my pleasure to welcome you all on this session of Converging Frontiers that answers the question, how are the advanced sciences forging future economies? And in the spirit of us being here in Riyadh and my commute into the city yesterday, I'm going to use a highway analogy. I'd like to start by picturing our industries as multi-lane highways. For years, each lane has pretty much ran independently. One for space, for example, another for fintech, another for quantum computing, and another for biotech. Now, what we're seeing is these lanes are merging or converging, forming interconnected expressways that need speed, connection, and collaboration. We know that excellence in one lane is no longer enough. The whole ecosystem must work together. That is the essence of convergence, diverse disciplines coming together to create something meaningful and impactful. But today, we won't just ask what convergence is. We'll ask how to achieve it, so how to build the highway, and what's next, how to make it sustainable and keep it running. To help us answer the questions, the what, the how, and the what's next, we have 4 thought leaders here today. They bring a national, global, and academic and financial perspective on this transformation. We'll start with Dr. Talal, and we love to start from a national lens. Dr. Talal, from a national R&D perspective, which cross-domain combinations show the most potential for Saudi Arabia? And how do you prioritize investments in converging sciences?
Good afternoon, and thank you for your question. And I hope first day was a blessed day and a good one. I would say that in the kingdom, we've always realized the importance of convergence of technologies and cross domains, and we believe it as an enabler and a grower for the market and the economy as a whole, or even as a social economical impact as a greater value. Under that kind of direction, the kingdom have launched Vision 2030, defining certain targets and problems, but it never isolated where the solution come from. And under it, there has been the Vision Realization Program, which defines a lower level of targets, problem statements, and they've encouraged all ecosystem to apply for it. And by inherently, you would get cross-convergence of technologies, because you would find people from space trying to solve industrial problems. You would find people from the agriculture trying to support sustainability or better life living. And inherently, these drivers have been a North Star for us to achieve a bigger kind of problem where technology itself has become closer to convergence. Historically, I remember we had bubbles around technologies, and people who are working in space will have mechanicals, will have communication and so on, but that doesn't function anymore. And we've seen the boom of startups being generated from convergence, and you would see venture capital being growing and growing in that sector, and basically picking the best solution for the problem they had, regardless from where it comes. And as it grows, as it matured, it became a whole discipline itself, a whole sector itself. So in the kingdom, we've always believed in that. We've launched several programs kind of attaching such solutions. We've seen entities collaborate, I would say more, each coming with their own knowledge, with their own technologies, supporting certain programs. And I'll give several examples. One of them, a lot of work we've done under the leadership of Professor Omar Yagi, harnessing the potential of AI for material science. And in one sector, we were able to develop new materials that usually would take 2 years for a specific chemist in a lab to develop it, and it was done in 2 weeks. And it has been peer-reviewed, published, and today you see people running behind that. Similarly, we've seen the first heart transplant under Dr. Firas for a 16-year-old that is all based on robotics. So we've seen that, both convergence of technology, maturity of every discipline supporting that. Yesterday I was in a visit for a couple of factories, and it was interesting for me that all the CNC machines today have an AI tool, that if you input a simple requirement of cutting or milling, the system would reject and autocorrect if it's required. So it has been a huge growth in terms of kind of convergence of technologies and achieving the best of each. And I would always remember what my professor used to tell me when I was young doing my PhD. He would always say, your mind is in a box, go break it. And he would require us to go meet other departments that are not even relevant to the field to discuss how they would solve their problem. And it has always been used in the literature review. And now it's been in the market by the market demand. And in the kingdom as a whole, it's highly adopted from center of government, from the private sector, from each entity itself.
Thank you, Dr. Talal, for your framework, and it really sets the foundation for our conversation today. And we heard about the national framework, but we'd love to just turn to the global stage. Jeremy, from your vantage point, which converging technologies are already shaping global markets, and what signals show convergence is moving beyond the hype?
Great, thank you, Tammy, and thank you for the remarks here. I think first we want to step back. Not all technologies are equal, right? And so you have some technologies that are moving at relatively slow rates of compounding improvements of 10%, 20% a year. Then you have other technologies that are expanding rapidly. Of course, semiconductors is one of the ones we're most familiar with Moore's Law. And so you actually have to look through those different kind of compounding capabilities and which technologies, through investment, through scientific breakthroughs or innovation, have rapid compounding there. And then you say, okay, among those technologies, where are there combinatorial opportunities? And I think one of the most obvious ones that we all talk about, we talk about AI as a single technology, but in itself, it's actually a combination of compounding capabilities in semiconductors, combined with compounding progress in knowledge in algorithms. And then the latest AI techniques have made use of deep learning, which are dependent on this, massive amounts of data. So each of those has been following a kind of high growth of compounding capability or data there. And then that becomes an ingredient to then use with other technologies. So maybe I can take two concrete examples. One is if you look at the domain of autonomous systems and vehicles. So now you say, okay, I have actually better sensory capabilities, so improved sensors. I know there's some debate among some players that we can just do this like human eyes. But if you look at the falling cost of sensors for LiDAR sensors in other domains, why not use those capabilities, right? So we have improved sensory capabilities, again, improved AI capabilities, and then you have the improved communication capabilities, right? So then you start to see this ability in autonomous vehicles. Separate area, space. I think a lot of people don't realize that it's cheaper to do many things from space than it is from terrestrially. Why is this? Well, it's not just the rocket science. Yes, we've seen, with SpaceX, a dramatic fall in the cost of launch. With that has then made it possible to put satellites into, low Earth orbit. Those satellites benefit from scientific progress against a number of domains, maybe imaging technologies, different types of imaging, hyperspectral imaging, special aperture radar, etc. And then again, the communication capabilities. So this kind of compounding capability with individual technologies, then combined, allows you to create new solutions. And I think, we talked about startups, and this is an interesting space there. Often startups can come into this with a fresh look. and they're not trapped by the expectations of this is how we've always done it before and this is how we need to do it. They can take a fresh look and build new business models off of these new capabilities. And I think what I've been really impressed with, particularly here in the Kingdom, is that there's this kind of fresh perspective looking at it, whether it's in materials, in energy, in AI, in all these domains. So it creates new opportunities for us.
Thank you, Jeremy. On the topic of fresh perspectives, I'd like to turn this next question over to Professor Farrow at Neom University. You are working at the research innovation frontier. My question is, how is convergence across disciplines like space, quantum, and biotechnology changing the way we approach research and innovation? And can you share examples from Neom or globally that highlight this shift?
Thank you for the question, and thank you to the organizers for having me here. It's a great pleasure and honor. So where do I begin? Space, quantum, and biotechnology, what do they all have in common? Perhaps we can look at it through the lens of a framework where we identify where the cross-cutting technologies are, like quantum, for instance. So my own background is in quantum technologies. I worked in Toshiba Research Laboratories 20 years ago in Cambridge in the UK, developing quantum communication systems before that was in the mainstream sort of consciousness. And if you integrate these quantum communication systems into, say, satellites, you can build secure global networks that are unhackable. So that's one way of sort of bridging the gap between two seemingly disparate technologies and get the compounding that Jeremy alluded to earlier on. Biotechnology, my own laboratory back in Oxford at the moment, we're modifying genetically E. coli bacteria to express green fluorescent proteins, and then we're embedding them inside these optical microcavities which trap light. And these microcavities, in fact, were developed by me back in Toshiba in order to generate single particles of light, so-called photons, to encode information into them and transmit it through optical telecommunication fibers. So these optical cavities now serve me to embed these bacteria in them and to get them to laser, to emit a laser signal, coherent light. Why do we want to do that? Because medical imaging might require very accurate probes that you can embed inside in vivo living systems and be able to track, let's say, dynamically where certain things are happening. So that's kind of a way of sort of thinking through how compounding works in practice, or rather convergence works in practice. Today we've been hearing a lot about convergence, and me as a humble scientist, I keep thinking, what do they mean by convergence? And in science we've been doing it pretty much all the time. It's the interdisciplinarity and co-evolution of different technologies and components that get integrated, and you get a whole which is more than the sum of the parts. But I think what's different today is that the life cycle of innovation is just so much shorter. All the different capabilities, tools, AI, and so forth are converging in that sense as to not only speed up that life cycle of innovation, but to make it available across the world, and that sort of drives competition and innovation. Now, that's kind of on the technology innovation side and the convergence of different methods and techniques. But there's also, we've heard today from Dr. Saeed in the session before the last about systemic convergence, vertical integration. So the kind of interventions that policymakers and governments make, and I've seen that play out in the quantum technology space in the last 2 decades, where it started off as a cottage industry, and then people realized the strategic values of it, and half the battle was about persuading government, in my case it was the UK government, and industry champions, Toshiba and others, to invest, but not just financially, but in terms of policies. So things like capability building, identifying where the critical gaps in fabrication, nanofabrication, microfabrications are, was critical. So just saying, oh, we've got these fancy, facilities isn't sufficient. You've got to really fine grade it down to what is the critical mission objective, and specifically what kind of tooling do we need. So that's on the capability side. So there's a service catalog that was established, and the national facilities were made available in open test beds and so forth. Capacity, human talent is absolutely crucial, and I'll repeat that many times if I get the opportunity. Educating the young talent, and people sometimes overlook the importance of technicians who are able to operate these very sophisticated machines like electron beam lithography and plasma etchers and so forth. And they're absolutely the lifeblood of what makes the great ideas that scientists may dream up in their ivory towers real. Often these are people that have PhDs and so forth. In terms of policy initiatives that the UK government took back in the day, when we didn't have a champion for the technology at the time, when QKD, quantum key distribution, became a new thing, people would say, "Oh, classical cryptography sufficiently, is good enough." So identifying who the champions might be, whether it's the banking system or the government. So government procurement can create those early markets to give that sort of to impel researchers and startups to invest effort and energy into developing that technology is really important. So early government procurement to impel that creation, to give investors the confidence to also invest in the startups is another sort of way of catalyzing that innovation. A third sort of intervention that I think that has proven model is open test beds that bring together industry and academic and research institutions. A lot of these machines are very costly. There's no point each individual research institution duplicating those capital investments, and so open test beds, open access test beds, have that dual function of not only making that technology available, but also in acting as a clearinghouse where industry learns about the state of the art and researchers learn about what the use cases might be. So, and furthermore, we talked about sandboxes earlier today. So things about regulatory standards for emerging technologies, things like interoperability. I talked about telecommunication, quantum telecommunication. Your light needs to be of a certain wavelength. It needs to comply with certain protocols. So ensuring that the devices we develop meet these standards, because otherwise you can't scale them. So that's another sort of important input that policymakers can have, and that sort of is what I would categorize as systemic convergence. So you've got the technological convergence and then the systemic convergence, and together that's when I think you really enter that regime of compounding that Jürgen talks about.
Absolutely. So what I'm hearing today is there's two types of convergence and two definitions of it, but both need to work together. The first is the technological convergence, and the second is that cross-sector convergence, right? You spoke a little bit about the how in convergence, governance and collaboration, data sharing. This lends well to our next question for Dr. Huda here, is the how. Dr. Huda, how is convergence in areas like fintech and data science opening new financial products or markets? And what role do regulatory sandboxes or shared data standards play in scaling these?
Thank you so much. Such a great question, and thank you as well for the organizers for putting together this wonderful event. I think from what we were saying at the beginning, you need to create an environment that helps people create and help them to know how to create. Most of the problems we have when ideas come out of the lab is that they aren't suitable for real life if they have not been intended for that at the beginning, because we have two types of research of a simplified. We could do discovery research where we're learning and understanding, or we could do applied research where we're intending to create something at the end. So I think the talents as well that are experience and skills might just need the extra training in the mindset. What are you trying to create from day one? Are you trying to do something that's going to go out to the market and then that's going to be commercialized and looked at by investors, like you mentioned, letting investors seeing these ideas and investing in them early on? Or are you trying to learn more and create a knowledge economy and build upon the knowledge that somebody else has until we clear out the picture and then the applied research comes into play? So the first step really would be to segregate those two types of research through training everyone on the mindset and the pathway that they could be taking to work on either of the two. Then the second part comes in the testing and validation. So this is where data sharing comes in. This is where the sandboxes or even the national labs give those opportunities to innovators, because in the second stage, once you have an idea and you know it's going to be applied, then you need to have those cycles of testing within an environment where you're not yet going to get regulatory approvals. You're just figuring out if this works or not. Then you will file for approvals accordingly and so on. So that's where the idea of a sandbox comes in. And then also the validation at the end, because this is where you can figure out the commercialization potential. You can say how much this idea is worth. Valuation, the financial valuation for your idea, because it's intended to be applied. You use the innovation framework, the global innovation framework, like I mentioned before, Innovation 360 considered to be the gold standard for as a framework. So then you use it and then you test and validate, and then you go into valuating. Now this idea is worth how much, as a validated, tested, and created idea from the beginning. So that's how you would do it. And data sharing comes in between, so it helps you to validate. The sandbox comes in between to help you test and validate as well.
We're hearing some common themes here today with regulatory sandboxes, testing, validating, but also understanding the investment piece and what value this brings post-test. So we'll now move into a second piece of our session today. But thank you so much for the opening remarks for all of our speakers today. Now I'll ask each of you a specific question. Dr. Talal, we'll start with you. What do you think is the biggest challenge in moving from isolated pilots to shared national or regional platforms?
So through impact, always rely on moving from an isolated or a lab-based or a proof concept to a national or regional platform or demonstration. And historically, there have always been certain challenges, especially when we're talking about technology convergence, whether it's having a single message that multiple stakeholders could play a role in, or whether having a shared data set that is both regulated and secure, and almost all of them are talking the same language, at least at the interface side, or whether in scale up and development. And I've always liked to look at it personally from several aspects. First of all, is creating the belief, the push and the threshold and the regulatory kind of framework around it. And usually with the fast evolving of technology, we are always in the Kingdom Pro of innovate first, regulate later, while always taking efficacy as the highest level and ensuring that it does not impact the general populace as a whole. Then I've always looked at it from a perspective of localization and generating the talent around it, because at the end of the day, you need a mass that would be able to drive that change, move that technology, and create at the end of it an impact where people would start believing an impact, whether it's commercialization or creating a challenge that is solved. And of course, finally, is the scale up that always remains a challenge, where a lot of I would say project fail or expand. A lot of them start in a good idea and a good solution, but they would fail at the expansion side. And we've seen that in the hydrogen sector, and we've seen that in the mineral side, and so on and so forth. And therefore, having this element playing almost like a dance between them create a successful kind of approach. And I'll give two examples. I remember a challenge we had in the kingdom of underwater reservoirs being pulled for fed farming, which is a low commodity, especially in a nation like Saudi, wasting a high commodity of underwater reservoirs that takes hundreds of years to replenish. And the solution was literally a convergence of two technologies, of space sector with digital sector, where a huge masses of land were being able to mapped in a daily kind of approach, whether image recognition and AI at the infancy of it started playing a role of detecting whether it's a corn or wheat. And in the first year of testbed implementation, we were able to save 9 billion out of 12 billion cubic meters of underwater reservoirs. And that's just a convergence of two technology. Yes, no paper, no patent was published because it was mature technologies that was just interlinked. And this is where impact is driven. And since then, we've seen that embedded in our agriculture sector, becoming one of the most innovative sectors in terms of technology savvy sector, and has been recognized at a global arena. Not only that, it starts at the end or at the beginning in terms of building a cluster, whether it's in terms of know-how that could create a right regulation, a right policy around it, or create a belief around it. Similarly, we've done in the Saudi Semiconductor Program, or in maybe Dr. Said talked about it, so I'll go to the Saudi Genome Program as another example. Years ago, the kingdom established a Saudi Genome Program similar to other countries, and what we try to do unique is involve the whole sector around it. More than 30 entities played a role establishing their capability, and today I would say there is no hospital in the kingdom does not have genomic capability and actually deriving solutions from it, whether at a pharmaceutical level from medicine or whether from identification using AI or other sectors. And again, having a systemic approach where a problem was set, a pathway was laid, and a push was inserted, while a belief and safeguards are there, has always yielded to a great output, at least in our personal experience. And we hope that kind of approach continues and grows.
Thank you, Dr. Talal. And clearly in that answer, we've seen the value creation and economic return of convergence. Jeremy, I'd love to build on that question and ask you something similar. And have you seen or any examples of value creation or economic benefit from convergence? And if you could speak on a few examples that you've seen globally.
Yeah, thank you. I think directly building on the points you talked, the systemic aspect. And when we see solutions fall short is when they don't recognize that they're in a larger ecosystem. So looking at this for the whole ecosystem and realizing that different actors, different players there can be moving at different speeds, you actually need to actually bring the whole community along. And I think the successful programs are the ones that are co-designed and co-developed. There's an example, one of my colleagues who's here with us led a program on agricultural innovation, and we wanted to see, okay, could you actually use these technologies to help smallholder farmers in the field? And we called it AI for agricultural innovation, but it's actually a whole suite of different technologies. And at the core of that was actually bringing in farmers representatives, labor unions, the buyers, all the different groups in together to be able to address these, both what's the opportunity, what the trade-offs are and the risks. And then I think what you see working through is then the appropriate data sharing, right? So we have massive amounts of data, but are we actually getting that data out to the people that need it? And I think here the public sector plays a critical role in setting guidelines. Okay, which data is appropriate that companies can keep proprietary? If they want to build specialized small language models or kind of specialized models in place. But what's data that's actually a public good and should be returned to the public that then can be a spur to innovators and different groups there. And so I think a lot of these examples we've seen are where the public sector works with the private sector to share the appropriate data, to bring in the entire community and help people make sure that these benefits don't just go to a single, either large, private company or to the newest startup, but that actually the benefits are shared across the community. And this will then help adoption and acceptance across the ecosystem.
I think one key lesson from today is what Dr. Farrow was talking about in terms of the cross-sector convergence, is bringing the people, not just the engineers, but the people who are impacted by these technological solutions into one room, like you said with the farmers. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Farrow now. What breakthroughs from convergence are closest to commercial readiness, in your opinion?
In my own field, you mean quantum technologies, or?
We can speak on quantum, but we can also take it broad. Yeah.
So it's quantum is, I would call, still a deep tech, but often people think quantum is just quantum computing, and it's not. The utility of quantum computing is on the cusp of being demonstrated, or some argue it has. But also quantum entails and encompasses things like quantum communication, the thing I was alluding to earlier, which is commercially potentially viable. Toshiba, again, is one of the world leaders, among others. NTT Corporation is another, and other corporations are also selling systems to people like banks and others that want to future-proof their communication networks. In terms of, so other applications that are in the pipeline and sort of midterm maturity on the TRL scale, if you will, are things like quantum sensors. And in particular, so quantum sensors is a whole class of devices which encompasses things like timing, very, very accurate clocks that surpass the accuracy of atomic clocks, things like optical lattice clocks, which have far higher precision, and that the importance of that is in things like timing, signal processing, positioning of satellites, and the sort of bandwidth that you can push through communication systems really depends on the very accurate timing of the arrival and departure of signals. So metrology, that sort of is what timing is called. Other applications are quantum gravitometers for subsurface imaging, mapping. That's a technology that's out there already, is awaiting being perfected, and one can imagine the sort of applications that can have, mining companies or prospecting and so forth. Also things like GPS-free navigation, inertial quantum navigation systems are being trialed at sea on ships at the moment as we speak. So they're not commercially viable as such, in that the amount of resources and investment that need to go into developing those is considerable. So you're unlikely to see immediate returns by packaging that into a nice product and selling that. But they're certainly reaching that sort of maturity and scale where you can start envisioning those sort of technologies becoming commercially viable. Now, if we sort of constrain this conversation to what is commercially viable in that sort of quantum technology space, I think we have to move slightly upstream into the sort of inputs, supply chain inputs that go into producing these hardware devices. And there, things like cryogens for the cooling systems that you need to put these devices inside to keep them working at these quantum regimes are things that are very profitable. Selling liquid helium, for instance, is a very profitable business. Saudi Arabia's oil, it's a byproduct of the oil extraction business, so that's something certainly that would be commercially viable. Other things like hardware electronics, we call it the middleware, the things that control the pulses, that control the devices, require very advanced, sophisticated electronics, and there's only a few companies that can sell you those. So I think that's another area that's certainly profitable for those who produce these systems. Things like certain materials, certain isotopes or rare earths that go into building the quantum bits in the quantum computers are also quite valuable. And as we know, some of these come from geopolitically sensitive regions, so there's a sort of element of securing that supply chain before you make the sort of big investments in the technology, so that you don't jeopardize those investments if later on you can't get hold of that rare earth or that isotope that you need. So there's a way of unpacking this question in multiple ways, but it's an area I would conclude by saying that one cannot afford not to be invested in. Quantum technologies are here to stay. They are, you know, if you'd asked me that question, I don't know, 15 years ago or 10 years ago, I'd have said, it's very unlikely. And even practitioners like myself are every year amazed by the sort of progress. I will sort of qualify that there is a lot of hype, as we all know, and a tsunami of sort of information and misinformation. So it's a challenge to pass through what's real, what's not. But to the best of my knowledge, it's an area that's here to stay, and that will impinge. It is cross-cutting. It will impinge across, a bit like AI, that will impinge on multiple sectors of the economy and industry. So it's an area that one has to be invested in. Now, having said that, it does not mean that one has to be invested in the entire ecosystem full stack. So people think that in order to build that they need to build a 1,000-qubit full-tolerant quantum computer. You really don't need to do that. You can leave that to the IBMs, the Googles, but there are ways of investing yourself or inserting yourself at the right level that makes sense in terms of securing the supply chains, the critical ones, and playing to your strengths and specializing those sort of areas that could make commercial sense.
Amazing. Thank you, Professor Farrow. I'll now turn to Dr. Huda here on a question about how do we bring SMEs and mid-sized firms into converging industries, not just the big players?
Yeah, I love this question because a lot of the impact is actually made by SMEs, and they each specialize in subsector, and like you say, they have a lot of conversion within a smaller organization or smaller team makeup, and that helps accelerate a lot of the innovation at the early stage because they're more agile and they're able to change quickly, pivot, and create a new market fit with their products every time as market changes. So with SMEs, I think maybe it's time for storytelling to kind of like give a story for one of the SMEs that I really was very inspired by their journey. As a background, we used to run an accelerator, so we see a lot of entrepreneurs, so there are so many inspiring stories. But this particular one is related to the topic we're talking about today with deep tech, quantum computing, and biotech. So this is a company that is relocating to, or actually moving to Saudi from France. And they saw the ecosystem here, they saw the infrastructure, they saw the labs that we have, the talents that we have as well, all the top graduates from Saudi who studied abroad and came back to the kingdom ready to take up such jobs, and also the active ecosystem, whether we're talking about the market and the business development side or even the investment scene. So with this level of maturity that they can see and envision themselves growing within such an environment, they've decided to come over, and their product itself is a semiconductor that is coated with DNA. So they've kind of really merged the two. It's called biomemory, so it's DNA storage. So they store data, but they enhance the storage capacity through using the DNA strands, basically. So I love how this is really the next thing. You know, they are in talks with large companies like NVIDIA and so on, and they're trying to really come strong to the market. And they've had their competitor somehow going out of business. They were both SMEs. We're talking about still small companies, and they're having this, like, you know, crazy competition between each other. The other company is going out of business and selling their IPs. And guess what? This biomemory company is buying those IPs and now increasing their valuation with 1 year doing Series A raise, and then the following year doing Series B raise because of buying the IPs and being able to commercialize them. Like, you can imagine this whole dynamic is going on, and they're like getting those IPs of each other and developing them, and they're only SMEs. You get my point? And relocating to a new country and opening into a new market. So all of that can still happen at the level of SMEs, just like how it happens with big companies. But the founders have that vision and the feeling of like, you know, looking in the mirror and seeing yourself like so much bigger than you are at the very start, and then going on that vision. So I guess with the topic of conversion, yes, the team is made of scientists, technologists, and even like business and finance people as well. So such a combination of talents together, and then the agility they have to move to different parts of the world and to acquire new IPs and grow is really what we like to see with SMEs. And today they are working with large companies to supply those DNA storage devices that they created.
Thank you, Dr. Huda. I think we spent a good part of this session talking about what is convergence, how it's done. But now I'd love to turn it over to what it takes and what is next for convergence. So I'd love to discuss with all of you on the panel today one question for each of you. Where is cooperation essential to accelerate convergence, and where is competition needed to drive national advantage? And we'll switch up the order a little bit. I'll start with who's next to me, Jeremy.
There we go. So I think first on this aspect of cooperation, I think the collaboration between the public sector, here I mean policymakers, regulators, that don't try to regulate for the specific, we tend to look into the rearview mirror and we're regulating based on what the past experience is. And we need to leave the regulation flexible enough that allows for different combinations. And so then the cooperation is then with the private sector. And here you can't work with only the large players, that they may be incumbents, they may have a tendency to want to protect their markets, protect their margins. So you need to make sure that you leave space for the SMEs and the innovators, the new companies that are coming out, and engaging in that, and don't end up captured by that. And then the third pillar in that group, I think, is the cooperation with the research institutions and the academia. That, they're doing the deep research, the scientific research. Not everything will emerge in a commercial product today. But if you take, for example, the mRNA vaccines, which served society well during the COVID crisis, that original research was done in the 1960s. And then you had Moderna, who'd been trying to commercialize it for over a decade, and having mixed success. And then with the COVID crisis, actually, okay, we have the right solution now. So you don't always know, and I think this is where the research institutions play an important role in allowing this kind of exploration there. So this triangle, private sector, large and small, public sector, and academia. Now in competition, I actually think competition is healthy, right? Competition is healthy within markets. You don't want to have monopoly players that can actually take excessive rents on that. So how to make sure that you have competition incentivized in the space there. And I think also competition among countries can be healthy as long as it's channeled. A lot of people, the deep-seek moment, as it was called, caught the attention of a lot of individuals because here's a company that went below the kind of NVIDIA chips, below the operating system, the CUDA layer, to actually work directly on the chip, and actually made people aware that you didn't have to be a massive, hundreds of billion dollars companies funded to make, progress in this domain on AI. And I think it's inspired companies across the world. So that wouldn't happen without competition. So overall, I think let the private sector compete, make it sure that it's fair, leave space for new players to emerge, and you have that kind of healthy combination of cooperation with competition.
I love the perspective of striking a balance between the two, which is absolutely needed. I'd love to turn it over to Dr. Talal now on the question of where is cooperation essential and where is competition needed?
So from my perspective, if I look at the technology kind of horizon, there are three horizons. I would say something that's existential, that is needed today, that is mature, and we are mostly enhancing it and driving it to betterment. And then there is the exponentially growing kind of technology enablement, such as AI. Today it's mostly in optimization, enhancement, creating a new frontiers, and this is where you see companies squeezing it and pushing it and keeping evolving it. And then there are the exploratory, which are the long horizon, that usually it's in the blind spot of the private sector as a whole because it doesn't give you any returns. And relaying that to the convergence of technology as a whole, I would say that there are two types of convergence, something that is naturally happening. Private sector would yield it, would benefit from it, would grab it, and we've seen that throughout the years when Apple and IBM first started with PC ideology. We've seen it with the mobile telecom when new iOSs came out, and we had the digital kind of push entering the communication sector, and so on and so forth. And then there are the other side of convergence of technology where it's directed and pushed because of a necessity of a technology such as in quantum or in other fields that you want to develop. So a lot of people like AI, but what about quantum AI or agentic AI? Those are things little bit are systematic that you want to push and evolve. And we've seen when the regular convergence of semiconductor occurred when COVID hit, everybody rushed back to push it and try to create again and create that push again. So I would say that there are two types. The type that is naturally occurring by the forces of the market. Competition is critical, is key, is required, is needed. Other than that, monopoly would occur. And from a technology perspective, when monopoly occurs, innovation drops. And that's the rule of thumb. Generally, the quality of service drops and so on and so forth. Prices increase and so on. And then there is the directed, which is based on gaps you need or a necessity that you need or pushing the frontier of future. I would say competition or unchecked program could create messes, especially when you have not a lot of talent, that you want to build talent, you will have wasted of talent, you will have waste of infrastructure because mostly they are limited. How many quantum computers are open today to the masses? Imagine you just create a competition there, it will be a chaos. Similarly with infrastructure as a whole and resources as a whole. So in that perspective, you need some competition, but again, it's orchestrated, and I think that's the role of government or international bodies such as the WIF and others to support that guidance and support that. And of course, overlaying all of that is policy and regulation. And personally, I'm a believer of soft policy, while checks and balances are harsh and bare and walls, but yet you can't regulate then innovate. That doesn't work. And that was clear, and we saw nations go backward because of that approach. So in my opinion, it is wanted and unwanted depending on which case you look at, depending on which horizon you are pushing, depending on what is the available mass around that frontier that you are trying to support.
Thank you. I'm hearing a theme also emerge from both answers is timing and momentum is also an accelerator for convergence. So your example with the mRNA vaccine and then semiconductors as well. I'd love to just also turn the question over to Dr. Farrow here on where cooperation is essential.
So I think I won't say anything new that Dr. Lal and Jeremy have already said, so I'll succumb to those answers and perhaps just throw my 2 cents in by saying that there's no one-size-fits-all. There's no collaboration bad, good, or competition bad, good. It depends on the timing, as you said, Tammy. Obviously, where there are no market forces to act on something, it doesn't really make sense to talk about competition, but you need to create a certain critical mass around a technology to create those market forces to begin competing. Now, again, if we talk about deep tech, I think that's where you don't yet have that market, and where barriers to entry can be very high, where you might need access to very expensive tooling, skills and so forth, where it makes sense to collaborate and to build a critical mass, to develop the know-how, but also to identify where the dead ends in that research areas are and where the sort of promising avenues are. And that's what, again, referring to my own experience, happened. Before there's this coalescing effect and convergence on, okay, these are the platforms that work, those are the ones that didn't work, so now you can start talking about some competition. So I think the collaboration should and needs to happen in the deep tech space around things like lowering barriers to entry to equipment and tooling, but also ensuring that there's collaboration on standards, interoperability. If you are to build a critical mass of technologies that can then plug into existing infrastructure, I don't know, take telecoms again for just as an illustration. So I think that's where you need to have collaboration between the different stakeholders, so researchers, ministries, international bodies, and industry. And I think in terms of the industry, there's always a need to collaborate between and interface with industry and researchers to, again, to identify what the use cases are, to educate the industrial managers about what the state of the art and what the art of the possible is, and to intervene at that level to bring these two together. Huda was talking about these SMEs, and it occurred to me that a good example of an SME in my space, in quantum, is of companies that do develop quantum sake, but in the process develop a lot of IP which is useful for optoelectronics that can be packaged into hardware to be built into data centers to lower the power efficiency. Sorry, to increase the power efficiency and to reduce the latency speeds or latency times for signal transmission. And that's a very smart way of doing it. So how did that come about? Through collaboration with industry, identifying what the problems are in industry, and then to think about how do you pursue one strategy while also having a plan B. And I think that that's a very good way of sort of illustrating what collaboration in the deep tech space might look like.
Thank you for taking us through the deep dive of tactically when and where we need collaboration and competition. Dr. Huda, I'll turn the question to you now.
Thank you. So on the collaboration side, I think if you remember at the start when I was talking about data sharing and the platform that we have tried ourselves, which is Innovation 360 platform, that has a lot of data from all over the world for the last 20 years on research, applied research in particular, and the commercialization aspects, as well as the benchmarking. Right, and that can be done as like you can view it as a dashboard, and you can compare where you are in your field, in your sector, globally, right? And so it's when we talk about Global Innovation Index, that was built on the Innovation ISO 56000 standards. So the way how you actually manage the innovation cycle altogether, with the data being the back end of this. So that is like, everybody can use it. So this is a very good way to collaborate, because the data that is there allows you to see what everyone else has done. It can be local, of course, where you block collaboration and it's just like, something you keep in your local facility or organization, or it could be used as a collaborative tool across the world. So that is in the collaboration. I actually believe collaboration is beyond beyond borders. It is global. And so platforms like that support researchers and innovators to be able to access data that is beneficial, but obviously not crossing the boundary of privacy, because this is a licensed platform that allows such usage. So I think we need to leverage digital tools for collaboration. And then in terms of competition, I'm going to put on the hat of the investor, right? Because as you know, we come from the finance sector, and we invest in biotech. And I personally invest in biotech. So I would say that the main challenge has been that the consensus is that there isn't enough deal flow. We don't have enough SMEs and startups, whether we're talking about locally or globally, in this space. It's not, of course, as many as, for example, lifestyle apps. We have lifestyle apps like every day launching in the App Store. But then when it comes to biotech, it's obviously not that sort of company where you just have very quick translation to the innovation from the lab to real life. But then at the same time, I would argue that with competition, we're having good numbers now, because this has been a positive thing. Because when a startup is emerging, then thankfully there are competitors to it, because then we have more opportunities to invest. And so it's good news. What I'm trying to say is, number one, I'm encouraging investing in biotech, obviously. But number two is that the competition is what allows investors to see multiple sides of the same coin, like the solution can be looked at from different angles because they're solving a similar problem but with different innovations. If every one of them have a different IP and so on, but they might be in the same space. Those are the competitors we call, but definitely one of them or a combination would get this problem sorted. So not having a competitor means that if that one company is trying to tackle that one problem, it might be not too close to finishing it off. You know what I mean? You can't really get that problem solved. But when you have competitors, you know this is going to happen. You know. So for us, we get excited as investors when we see a space that is competitive because that's a good signal.
Thank you. So we're almost running out of time. So I'd love to just close on one sentence from each of you, maximum 5 seconds. What is the most critical enabler for converging frontiers to truly shape the future of economies? And I'll start with you, Jeremy.
Harnessing open innovation.
Great. Dr. Talal.
So policy is an easy ticket out of it, but I would say culture and impact. I would say those are the two important things other than policy.
Professor Farrow.
Convergence between technology development and systemic convergence to get the compounding.
Dr. Huda.
I think for me, the dream would be to have all the problems being like the very important problems being posted like by every organization and being like, that's what we need to solve for this year. And it's just letting the private market, the startups just go at it, not in a hackathon necessarily or in a competition, but generally like, just having all the problems that are priority and letting the SMEs and the startups and the innovators go at it and solve them.
Amazing. Thank you so much to everyone on this panel today. Today's discussion actually underscored that convergence isn't just a technological trend. It's built on governance and collaboration, a challenge that actually defines how economies are built. And I'd love to just know and share with everybody, innovation actually can start within the lab. But it's the systems that interoperate, the shared data that we talked about today, the regulatory sandboxes that make this possible. It means bringing teams of engineers, farmers, and biotech researchers into one room. So I really hope that all of you had the chance to get some of your questions answered, but also spark new and interesting ideas for discussion after this panel. Thank you so much to those who attended our last session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boy, and the distinguished panel for closing the day with such a forward-looking insight into the scientific frontiers defining the next economy. That concludes our first day of the 3rd Saudi Forum for the 4th Industrial Revolution 2025, Frontiers of Global Technology. Today's discussion have shown how collaboration, innovation, and shared purpose are shaping the future of industry, economy, and society in the age of convergence. On behalf of the Center for the 4th Industrial Revolution, Saudi Arabia, we extend our sincere thanks to our speakers, moderators, and participants for their valuable contributions throughout the day. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow at 9 a.m., where we will start to continue the conversation, the new perspectives on sustainability, future industries, and responsible technology. Thank you all, and I wish you a pleasant evening.